Good morning. Well, it's here, the final weekend of this year's Betfred World Snooker Championship. We're backstage here in the Crucible Theatre on day 15 in Sheffield of the 17. But in snooker terms, there's still an awful long way to go before our champion hoists the trophy and is etched onto the winner's board. Now, we are engrossed in our semi-final stages here today for the rest of the day as they come to the boil. This morning, Mark Selby taking on Marco Fu. And this is a match that proves you need patience and skill and nerve and composure and maybe even a tube of super glue in a Crucible semi-final.
And there's the perfect start. And this will hurt Mark Selby. 5-4, Mark Selby. He's played it well. Played it absolutely inch perfect. In goes the pink. 6-4. And if he'd have picked it up with his hand, he could have put it in a better position. This black for a beautifully compiled century break.
They share the first 4 frames. More importantly for Mark Selby, still 2 in front at 7 frames to 5.
Well, he spotted a plant.
Excellent from Marco Fu. He's won all 3 frames to level the match for the first time at 7-7.
He's in the ascendancy at the moment, no doubt. And he couldn't have played it any better.
He's tipped off.
You're kidding. You're kidding.
Oh dear.
The worst thing in the world that can happen to a snooker player. He must be distraught. Oh, can't believe it. What a thing to happen. And the semi-final of the World Championship, when you're really in stroke, well, you couldn't pick a worse time.
But we hope it's not going to be a turning point, but might it be?
It really depends on how good a job Paul Collier does there. Because if Marco Fu says he'll go to the practice table, have a couple of shots, and if he's looking down the queue and it looks exactly the same as it was, there'll be no problem.
Well, he's just trying to check just to make sure the feel's right and just get a bit of confidence on the screw back. And I would imagine, as long as he's happy that he can play the screw back and it gets the same reaction, he'll be all right.
It's handy to start with a nice easy pot to get a little bit of confidence back in your trick.
Yes, it's just what's going on between the ears, though, for Marco. And he's smiling at the audience. Well, that might be a good sign. How well has he done to keep himself together and make this a frame-winning contribution? And he now leads the world #1 Mark Selby by 8 frames to 7. That's a nice pot. Oh, and he's missed it! He got a kick! That red was for a frame ball.
So Marco Fu won that session 5-3. Mark Selby won the first session 5-3. We have parity. We're going into the third session tomorrow, and they're all square at 8-all.
And the 1997 champion Ken Doherty with me in these nervous last few moments before the players go out. Ken, under the circumstances, that break of 81, the 15th frame from Marco Fu yesterday after the tip problems, how good was it, and how terrible a moment must that have felt to him?
I've never seen anything like it. It could have been very disconcerting for Marco, but he was very composed, wasn't he? I mean, when he got the tip back on, came back out and he held himself together, and it didn't seem to have too much of a problem, thankfully. Just had a little chat with him just a few moments ago, and he said the tip is back on, so he's perfectly fine, perfectly happy, until I mentioned it.
He was going so well at that point. In fact, he won 4 in a row without reply from Mark Selby, but that misread in the final frame must have, well, he must have been fuming about it overnight.
Absolutely, yeah, because he would have had a nice lead, 2 frames, and then of course Mark got a kick, and then he let him back in. So yeah, it could have been a pivotal sort of frame in this match. We'll have to wait and see, but they're locked at 8-all. Lots of snooker still to be played. It's going to be interesting few frames.
I think it's fair to say that Mark Selby's not been at his best in this semi-final so far, but as Stephen Hendry has said, he does find a way to win ugly. How dangerous does he remain in this semi-final?
It's amazing. He's in the semi-final. He hasn't played his best at all, so there's still plenty of time for him. He has to take encouragement from that, you know, because he has that great B game that we talk about. Now, if he can raise it up a little bit up to his A game, well then it's going to be a tough fight for Marco. But it remains to be seen. It's there for Mark Selby. There's no doubt about that. He just has to find it.
Okay, Ken, you know the drill backstage.
Yes,
I think it's time for you to get to work.
Okay. Right, let's give him a little knockies in here. Come on, Selby. Time to go to work. Are you fit?
Ken, what time do you call this?
You're late. Come on.
Okay.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, this is the corridor. Of course, everybody walks down the corridor, getting ready just to go outside. And we'll come down to Marco Fu's dressing room now. Let's see if he's ready as well. Mr. Fu, it's time.
What do you want?
Time to go to work.
Oh, right.
Okay, best of luck. Okay, so the players are ready. This is probably the most nervous of the players, just backstage, just before they get out. It's over to you, Rob Walker.
Derek, wait there a second.
Well, mission accomplished for Ken. And as Ken says, Rob Walker, it's your turn now.
Thanks very much, Hazel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are gearing up to a grandstand finish of this year's Betfred World Snooker Championship, and this is the day we complete the lineup for the final. It couldn't be closer, and it's all to play for here at the Crucible. Please welcome a player emerging for one of the most important days of his career so far. A brilliant session yesterday afternoon has given him a chance of a first ever Crucible final, 17 years after his debut here. Twice a ranking event winner, he will draw on all those years of experience this morning. He is one of the sport's ultimate global ambassadors from Hong Kong. Here's Marco Fu. And his opponent, the ultimate performer under pressure. Here he is, hoping to take one step closer to a third Crucible final. Multiple Masters champion, UK champion. He completed snooker's Triple Crown here in fine style 2 years ago. Can he once again produce his best on the sport's ultimate stage? He is the world #1. He is the jester from Leicester. Here's Mark Selby.
Turn the lights off that phone,
Good
please.
morning, Hazel.
Yeah.
And good morning, everybody. And a very important session this is. Handshake. This the third session. Mark Selby, well, he's
Thank
come
you,
out,
ladies and gentlemen, frame 17.
cracking a few
Mark Selby to
jokes,
break.
and with a player that can release a little bit of tension. But Willie, he's got to just raise his game a few notches, I feel, if he's going to get through this match.
Couldn't agree with him more, John. He really struggled yesterday, and he'd be pretty pleased to be 8-all, I would suggest, the way he played in the afternoon session. This is moving day as far as this semi-final is concerned. Who's going to take a lead going into tonight's final session?
See the pot success, I think that's the difference. Marco Fu 90%. Well, he's missed out by a way, so the first chance of the morning will go to Mark Selby. And when you've not had a good session, even though he's been on the practice table, I'm certain, this morning and potting the balls, he'll just be under a little bit of pressure these first few shots.
Yeah, he's mentally very negative with his thoughts at the moment as well. Just needs to get off to a good start, and that's obviously not it so far.
Well, it's one you'd normally expect him to knock in, and the fact that Marco's looking to the red that's by the brown suggests to me that he can't get through to the one near the left corner. No, he can't. Well, the one just to the left of the pink maybe just goes, but this obviously clearly passes the brown.
Marco Fu, 1.
Well, what a miss that was. Didn't see that one coming. But we say it so many times, if you just decelerate when you're pushing that cue through, and that's what he must have done there.
I'm not aware, John, whether he's done anything with his tip overnight, whether he's taken it off and put it back on again, because apparently it wasn't on the same as it was before. You know what I mean? Usually you hold the cue in exactly the same place.
Well, that certainly won't help his confidence. I mean, it looks okay. Somebody was asking me, would he get a reasonable time to retip the cue when it comes off as it did in the session yesterday?
Nine.
We need to run past the yellow. That's a poor positional shot.
I quickly noticed then, John, when we looked at Marco Fu's tip, there was a super glue in it after this session. After he put the tip back on, there was no super glue there this time.
No, apparently I was talking to Paul Collier, and he wanted to clean it up, but Marco said, no, just leave it as it is for the time being. But a poor positional shot.
Mark Selby now.
from Mark Selby, so didn't make the most of it. And this is what happened, in case you missed it yesterday. Just watch the tip. And that's a snooker player's nightmare. And it's like he's not got the block of chalk in the right place and was like pushing it off, but it must have been loose. That was Paul Collier repairing it. But somebody asked me the question, what would have happened? Ooh, well, he's caught the black.
Mark Selby 7.
A little bit careless. Somebody asked the question, if in that reasonable amount of time you get to retip the cue and you couldn't, what would you do? Well, the bottom line is, quite simply, you'd have to get another cue to finish the session.
I must admit, it's never happened to me in my career, my tip ever coming off, but It used to take me 3 or 4 days to get used to a new tip. This is nowhere near.
No, this is worse than the first attempt.
Foul.
And this red's available in the baulk pocket.
Mark Selby 7.
That's two amazing misjudgments there from Marco Fu. It's just not there at the moment in this match. One you'd normally expect him to knock in. There wasn't any real pressure on it. Wasn't going to leave anything apart from the red he was playing. Oh, and here we go. The old Jimmy Jibs back in town. Gives us a beautiful view. Just coming in. Wonderful arena. Well, not the best shot from Marco. Good pot. Oh no!
Foul. Marco Fu 4.
Well, a little unlucky, although, as someone once said to me when I went off, he said, well, the pockets are always in the same places, but just caught that a fraction too thick. If it had caught the red in the middle of the pocket, maybe the in-off wouldn't have been on. Nearly a very good snooker, but not quite, and I think Mark can cut this red in.
He was up on the shot very quickly. He probably thought he'd missed it, but he needs that white to travel a little bit more so he can get from blue into the bunch. I think it's a little bit too straight. There is a slight angle. There's one right at the bottom of the pack that will pop, but can he get there? That's what he's tried to do, but it's not landed. He just seems to be kind of not getting through the ball at the minute, Mark Selby. He's got as much cue power as anybody when he's in full flight.
Mark Selby 6.
Playing that with a lot of right-hand side just to check the cue ball, and that checking process has left him near the blue spot rather than the baulk cushion, so an easy safety for Marco. Chance to get advantage in this tactical exchange. Well, Marco didn't make the most of that opportunity. And if you were thinking of a target, you'd be thinking, well, maybe yellow. If you could get somewhere where the yellow is, be safe. Could take this pot on as well. He has taken it on and he's got it now. Does he have an angle on the colour? Can he force this yellow in? There's a couple of reds available, particularly the red to the right of the black for the left corner pocket. He's got to avoid the kiss on the green if he's stunning it straight down. Well, he's decided run round of 2 cushion. Obviously the red that's just below the pink is available. Just could have done with a little bit more pace in that cue ball to make this red a little easier.
Yes, this will tell you an awful lot how he's cueing at the moment. He's going to play like a stun run through. He could play for the blue or he could try and hold for the black. Just not cueing well enough at the moment.
Mark Selby 3.
Yeah, just caught the left jaw. Be disappointed to have missed it, and of course missed the opportunity. He's had a couple now in this opening frame. Okay, he's still got a 27-point lead. Marco didn't want to risk going back to the balk end. So we could have a little bit of tip-tap snooker here. Now, is it a touching ball?
What Mark doesn't want, as has been called a touching ball, I think, is he doesn't want the referee to give them 3 shots each, because Mark Selby this 27-point lead.
Just thinking if he could get the cue ball somewhere near that circle, the blue would cover the path to the red. But it looks as though he's just going to go over to the, well, just a little delicate touch. Of course, he couldn't go over to the side cushion because he left the red to the left of the black on. Now Mark will be looking to get in that circle. Neither player wants to get embroiled in this type of situation. And as I say, there's an opportunity now. You just feel, get near the jaws of that corner pocket, the blue will be the cover.
Make sure your phones are switched off, please.
And the blue has not come to the rescue because he played for the blue to cover the path to this red near the corner. So now the problem for Marco is not to leave this red. And the only way I can see it is to come off the side or top cushion just to nestle up to it. Yeah, easy enough to hit. Just keeps Mark Selby, though, in control of this tactical exchange. And with Mark having that 27-point lead, if he just gets the next chance, you'd feel as though it'd be a frame winner. Well, I thought he'd underhit it, and he has, as far as the baulk cushion was concerned, but he snookered Marco on all the reds. Well, I say that, is there an edge sticking out? Just a fraction of the red sticking out. Just get past the blue. There's not a lot sticking out, and if he catches it just a fraction, I don't know whether this isn't enough into the right corner, no matter how he hits it. Keep your eye on the cue ball. Oh, well played.
Yes, brilliant. There wasn't a lot sticking out, as John suggested. And yesterday we saw a clip of Marco Fu with his wife and child walking in the Sheffield town centre wearing glasses. I don't know what he wears them for after seeing that shot.
This is a good line. Decent length. Rather just obviously drifted past the green, but nevertheless, decent safety. Strange game, isn't it? I mean, on a bad day, that red stays in the jaws of the pocket. He's played the cross double. Didn't want to kiss that red, obviously, because there was danger of knocking it on. What happened? Straight in the pocket. Marco apologised. He's not apologised for that, though.
One.
Well, that's the most obvious line. You're always trying to make contact with a ball that's near the cushion. Just feel if you nestle onto it, you're not going to leave anything. Just got to judge the slide off the second cushion here. This looks very good. Well played.
Can't get in behind the yellow off the red on the side cushion, but he can certainly find the baulk cushion right behind the brown spot. That's what he'll be looking for. Needs to cover the left-hand side of the table, so Mark Selby can't get back into baulk. Not quite hard enough.
Yeah, and it's imperative when the baulk colour is only the brown on its spot. You've got to get a good length with the cue ball, because there's nothing to hide behind. A little bit thinner than you'd like, but that's been the problem for me with Mark in this match. There's not the consistency, that reliability you usually expect from him.
Yeah, you'd have to suggest he's up there, one of the greatest safety players of all time. It's not been happening in this match, to be honest. Marco's this morning has not found the baulk cushion either, so both appear to have not settled yet.
Yep. There's a pot on here. Mark just seeing if he stuns across to the left-hand side of the table. Beyond the green, automatically, but it's not a gimme this pot, particularly having to do a little bit with the cue ball.
Yeah, the only thing that would worry me about this is the red on the top cushion. Would be a very easy shot for Marco just to drop in should he miss this, so this has to go in. Very good shot. Got right into the cue ball. If he's on the pink, it's a bonus. I presume he played in between the black and pink area there, got into the cue ball too much.
Just flicked the red in the middle of the table, which I didn't notice at the time. That's what kept the cue ball in the middle of the table. As you say, it's a bonus to beyond this pink. And I think just by potting the pink, he doesn't have to do a lot with the cue ball. And the fact he can reach it is a bonus. It's on tippy toes. Yeah, that's a bonus. So here is an opportunity for Mark Selby to take the opening frame of the morning.
7.
And chids that beautifully. Obviously, if he'd have potted slightly thicker, he'd have kissed the red on the cushion and the position would have failed. But now, as John said, he would expect him to win the frame from here.
Yeah, he's just eyeing up, playing for the green. Would be a good ball to get rid of. It's blocking the pocket for at least 2 of 3 of these reds.
8.
So the positional shot now from green to the next red could be the key as to whether this is an easy run to the line or a tough one. Not straightforward. Okay, he's got the easy red to the right corner, but struggling for position off that. The red that's in between the pink and black is a little bit thinner than he would like. So he's still that good positional shot away from making it easy for himself. And now he should be okay. That was a nice little gap to find for the cue, wasn't it?
The eye of a needle, wasn't it? Right between those 2 reds. Took his time pulling the cue away after that shot. Now if it's on the red to the right of the black, that makes things a lot easier.
18. 19.
So this black and 1 more red. This red will put him 53 points ahead with only 51
26.
remaining. Oh, would you believe it? Frame ball.
Mark Selby, 26.
It is absolutely amazing how many times we see just a simple shot, not having to do anything there. Frame ball. Looked unmissable.
Did detect a slight bounce, but I don't think that threw the red off line. Obviously struggling with confidence at the minute, Mark, and perhaps would have been a better choice just roll the red in the middle there just to make sure of the frame. It was unmissable, really. It just shows you what pressure can do for you. Nothing's easy when you're under the cosh.
Well, I was having a good look at this, but I don't see you can see enough of this red to pot it. Now just screwing the cue ball back to the balk end and controlled it very well indeed. That bit of cue power there can help you out of those tricky situations, and I think he may have snookered Marco on all the remaining 4 reds. And Mark Selby, as we know, only one red away from winning this first frame of the morning session.
Just caught the edge. No, he'd love to take this red on. If he can avoid the kiss on the black, he will do. Plays it plain ball, he can't avoid the kiss on the black. I'm not too sure whether he can get enough screw and side on to avoid the kiss on the black anyway, so he may have to play a safety shot. Maybe the red onto the black, try and knock the black safe. Try and get the white in towards the yellow, off 3 cushions. Knocking the black safe would be a bonus here. Didn't knock it safe, but got the desired path.
Yeah, I'll be pleased with that. Because the only thing is that red now that's close to black. Marco will be playing that red into the black. He's just got to catch it right, because the red along the top cushion, if he catches this wrong, the black could knock that red towards the corner if he catches it too full. Now just it well, and this is an excellent line. He'd be glad to still be in this frame, will Marco Fu. In all fairness, it should have been over by now. That simple red to the middle that Mark Selby missed. And there's Mark's view. I don't know whether he can just get past the pink to catch the edge of the red to get back to balk. Maybe just a little bit sticking out, but as you can see, there's not a lot. Doesn't like it. I think he's thinking the red just below the pink as he gets past the 1 minute shot time. He might hit it so thin he could run into the red that's tight to the top cushion. If he does that, he'll bring that into play and cue ball will stay at this end of the table. And it wouldn't be beyond the realms of possibility that Marco Fu could make it into a frame winning clearance should he get the chance. Got to get this safe. Can he find the edge? No, he's hit the pink.
A miss.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Marco
He's got to
3-6.
take the miss. He's got to take the miss. Because at the moment, he's 46 points behind. yeah. Over to you, Mr. Referee. And the main reason he's got to take the miss, of course, is one of the reds went in, which doesn't favour
Can you just move to the side, please?
Marco. So this is what happened. Hit the pink first. Hit the red went in the pocket.
The problem is, of course, for the referee here, Mark Selby thinks he can see that that red. I mean, this is going to be one of the worst re-racks, as it were, or putting the balls in the right position of the tournament so far. This is so very, very important.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got to be very precise here, as referee Brendan Moore. And there's the guide, Olivia Martil, who refereed, or is refereeing the other semi-final.
Yep.
We've got a yeah, but it's the cue ball that's the important ball. We'll show you where they were. That's where they were. And this is where they are now. It's very good.
How does that look? Yeah? Looks okay? Yeah. You okay there, Marco? Thank you.
Yeah, shaking the head from Marco. He doesn't really know what sort of view Mark Selby had of this red, but that looks near enough to me. but it's still only a very fine edge. As I say, you don't want to collide into that red on the top cushion. Judged it better this time, and where's this cue ball going to finish? Where's the cue ball going to finish?
I'd have to say, John, I didn't think he could quite see as much as that red that he hit. But it was a very, very difficult situation for Brendan and Mark to get them in exactly the right place. And Mark Selby's a very honest player. He would have said it wasn't quite right, but he played a remarkable shot.
So I can't see any other shot for Marco but just to come round after two cushions and nestle on these two reds together. Okay, he may leave the red along the top cushion, but I don't see what else he can do. I think that's the line. He's just come round to have a look at the red on the top cushion. I mean, if it's tight against the cushion, he'll be fearing the worst, but I don't see what else you can play here. Well, he's trying to go off one cushion to nestle and to cover the red to the corner. Well, he's at the red, but he was very concerned about leaving this red along the top cushion. I can only assume it is tight to the cushion. And it is.
If this was frame ball, he'd take the red on. If this was frame ball, he'd take the red on. But the fact that he needs a colour off it means he won't.
Well, 46 points in front. He wants a red and a colour. So basically it is frame ball. I mean, I cannot believe that he will not take this on. Well, I'm amazed.
But where's the colour come from, John?
I just roll it in and be on the pink to the left middle.
I don't think he can finish high enough for the table. Okay, he might have had the half ball black, but...
But those two reds weren't in a possible position, so, you know, it wasn't going to leave an easy opportunity.
Yeah, fair point.
Good shot that from Marco. Mark will be desperate to get in between the brown and blue for this red just to the right of the pink. Come in.
This frame should have been over 10 minutes ago. This looks like possibly being the longest frame of the match so far.
Coming into the 34th minute. Been a very edgy frame so far. Well, he decided to go for it. It was a lot more difficult than the opportunity Mark Selby had, so Mark Selby refusing that pot along the cushion. Looks to have been the right decision now. Just red and a colour needed. 46 points the lead, so blue or pink off this red, or black, to get to the snooker's required stage. He's not making it easy for himself, is he?
Mark Selby 1.
Yeah, it was tricky. Didn't try to get on the red, so just concentrated on the pot. Just got it a fraction too thick. You see it, Marco 47 behind, 51 remaining. So he won't need all blacks should he get an opportunity. Well, they'll be a little bit disappointed he didn't cover that red he's just glanced off. Just makes it that much easier for Mark to play a safety. Obviously the red that's close to the right hand cushion. Staying there will suit Mark Selby. Another poor safety though. If he knocks this in, you'd think he's bound to be on the black. Not quite. And the red, oh, is it going to run? We just stopped short. I thought he was going to run over the corner there. So eventually, Mark Selby pots the ball and leaves his opponent needing a snooker. Not the most memorable of frames, but an important one for Mark. And opinion on Marco Fu so far? I mean, we're wondering about the tip.
Yeah, it's obviously affected his confidence. I mean, you'd expect that. But all frames are important, and boy, Mark Selby needed to win this frame. And the way he's played,
And the frame.
he hasn't played that great. Marco Fu saving his chair, so without any breaks of any sizable notes, Mark Selby goes 1 and clear again. He leads 9-8.
Thank you. Quiet down, please. Frame 18. Marco Fu to break.
Yes, we call this third session moving day, and whatever happens, one of these players will probably be in front. That's the frames are shade 4-4, of course. Once again, this shot anything's been left so often in this championship. And when players are playing well, they're knocking in regularly. They're looking for a confidence booster. Can get onto the run next to the black. And the break-off once again, John, you've got to find that baulk cushion. Can Mark get onto the one where he's playing for the one on the outside, then get on the black, and then he'll move the red above the black. So, good chance to get a 40-point lead at least.
3. 4.
Not certain where the black will go when it's respotted. He'll be hoping it doesn't interfere with the red, so he's down playing it quickly, so he doesn't think it will. Plenty of room for the black. Now these are the type of situations
12.
we're so used to Mark Selby and all the top players making huge breaks from these positions. Black available into both corners. But he's not been doing it so far in this match. This would be a good time to start.
19. 20.
Potting that red freezer red to the back of the pack there. It's available in the same corner as the black. If he finishes low on this red, which he hasn't done, he could have brought a couple of reds into play. But at the minute, I think he needs to get a 40 or 50 to get his confidence back.
$28.
A little bit straighter on that pink would have been better. Now, where's the pink going to go? Obviously, its own spot not available. No other spots available. It's a pity. I think if it had been straighter on this red, I think it'd been going up for the blue here.
Thank you.
For the
34.
The red breaker, but he was stuck with playing for the black. Oh, and that's
35.
too hard. Is there an odd red that will go? Because if there isn't, he's going to really have to play a power run through here. Well, he thinks he can screw into them. I can't see a red that will pop. Well, he couldn't really generate the pace that was required. Didn't have the best of angles on the black. Did pretty well considering, Willie.
Absolutely, he's very good at that shot. And he can always play this as a shot to nothing. Little cannon into the pink, push the pink slightly towards the corner pocket. He will leave one in the baulk pocket. That's there. Good shot. So look at it, it was almost a no pressure shot, that red. That flew off the cushion a little bit, first one this morning. Amazingly enough, his highest break is 69 in this match, and he's won 9 frames. Usually, against somebody in Marco's class, at least you'd have to score 70s or above on at least 4 or 5 occasions to win 9 frames.
49.
Going back to Ronnie O'Sullivan, who obviously was favourite coming into this tournament, he was suggesting in his post-match interview that he just wasn't winning any frames. He said if he didn't make 70, he didn't win the frame, and that just shows you what a seasoned match player Mark Selby is. He's nowhere near his best, and he's still grinding out frames with his B game at the moment. Obviously, Marco Fu's not playing his best in this match either, but he's just grinding away.
Yeah, I think the thing is, if you're not winning frames in one visit, then
55.
You're relying quite a bit on your opponent making mistakes and leaving you opportunities. And if we look at the
56.
pot success in this match, both players below 90%. So I suppose they could both be pleased that neither of them are exactly on top form. Now the other semi-final we've been watching with Ding Junhui and Aaron McManus, I mean they're 92, 93, 94% at times. It's funny how matches are played out. Looking for a red to the left middle, and that looks about, he's just about on it, I think. It was the only red he could play for. He's played it pretty well.
61.
Thing is, after this red, he needs a colour. He'll go 62 ahead with this red, but still 67 remaining. He's got the colour. He's perfect on the black. Just the black. Well, this has been an excellent break from Mark Selby. Maybe this is just the confidence boost he was looking for.
69.
Yes, I don't know where it's come from, to be perfectly honest, John. He really struggled in
70.
the last session. He struggled in the opening frame. This already is highest break of the match. Little cannon. Well, didn't necessarily have to play the cannon to the pink this time, but he probably will to try and make a century. And this will be a confidence booster. If he can clear the table now, it'll make him believe he's playing
77.
okay. And then Marco Fu will have to up a gear, which he's obviously quite capable of doing.
78. $83. 84.
Just the wrong side of the blue. So that century break is going to be a little bit harder now. amazing how many times he has finished short of the blue, and it doesn't matter now, the
89.
frame's over, but he's done it so many times early on in frames. But good shot.
90.
Red and a colour. For the
97.
77th century break of this championship.
Thanks. 98.
86 is the record, Willie. Think he'll be beat?
By at least 10.
You think so? Yeah, right. Well.
Fabulous. Harry's did it. I'm sure he doesn't know.
105.
Hopefully that'll be the kickstart of this match for both players now to give us a
107.
wonderful semi-final.
Yeah, and you can get dragged down. Players can, if your opponent's not taking his chances, then you can feel, well, I'll just chip
110.
away and I'll get something out of it. This is putting down a marker, no pun intended. That Mark is saying to
140.
Marco Fu, if you're going to win this match, you're going to have to play well now. And it clears the mind somewhat and gets rid of that little bit of tension.
190.
But this is just what Mark Selby and his supporters were looking for. A little bit of an exhibition shot. But it just shows his timing's not right. Normally that would not be any problem
125.
for Mark. Easy pot off the cushion, of course. Easy pot. Oh, never mind. Anyway, that was more like it. And Mark Selby, for once in this match, gets the first chance, makes a wonderful break of 125, keeps Marco Fu in his seat, and now goes 2 frames clear. 10-8.
Mark Selby make the highest break of this match.
you.
125 in the previous frame.
Mark Selby to break.
Now breaking off with a 2-frame lead. 2 frames to go before the mid-session interval. Selby we're trying to win at least one. To get a 2-frame gap. It could be 4.
Well, that's a good shot from Marco. Good length. It's a little bit dangerous because he's played the aggressive safety and has not read pot go into either corner pocket. But with the black being tied up, a very risky pot to take on, and don't know where the colour comes from. Well, as it happens, he'd have finished up on the black, but that was risky and not certain of any reward. As it happened, as you can see, he would have finished on the black. Now then, this is a very interesting opportunity. Nice easy starter for Marco. I'm not convinced yet that he's come out this morning in a great frame of mind. Could be something to do with that tip from yesterday. But this is a good opportunity. It'll be interesting to see what he makes of it.
Obviously felt that the two reds to the left of the black, neither of which were certain to get onto the black nicely, so played for baulk colour. He'll soon be back down this end. But maybe not. You'd have to suggest that Marco misjudged the pot there. He probably potted into the side of the pocket. I can't understand how he's not realised he was coming very close to the blue. Oh, just a safety mark. Selby will be delighted he's only scored 4 points from that opening. Well, he potted the green in the centre of the pocket, John. It's a bad misjudgment, that.
Yeah, probably didn't think it was possible to snooker himself with the blue, but anything's possible. So a good chance, and only scored 4 points.
Obviously a very difficult safety shot. Mark thinks he can't get back to baulk easily. Well, he found the path to baulk. He also found the pot. Excellent pot. Played as a shot to nothing. Obviously he didn't expect to kiss the blue, but he found the path, and that cue ball would have been right in the baulk area. Should have missed it, but obviously now he has a chance of potting blue or yellow.
And that's been the story of this match for me.
Mark Selby.
Mark Selby, he's knocked in some tremendous long reds, tremendous pots, but it just doesn't seem to have a consistency about it. That yellow was a lot easier than the red he knocked in.
White.
He's struggling, Marco Fu. Okay, it's the same tip that he played with yesterday, but just the fact that it came off would just get you a little bit concerned and make you think of other things rather than the match.
And also his fact that he's got Mark Selby until the last frame playing nowhere near his best. He probably thinks, well, why am I not in front? He's probably put a little bit of pressure on himself now, thinking, well, if Mark Selby's not playing anywhere near his best, I should win this match.
One.
And to be honest, he should be in front, and he's 10-8 behind.
Got to dig deep, as Marco, I feel. Otherwise, this vital third session could run away from him.
Eight. Nine.
Even that shot, there was so much room to finish high. May just be able to roll it through and miss the kiss on the red. Yeah, he was. He's almost a couple of inches out of where he normally wants to be at the moment.
$16. $17.
Well, not the best angle on the black to come off the top cushion with pace and go into the cluster. I'm going to look at the possibility of a plant, but whether he can get to it or not, I don't know. So forced into the reds, and he'll settle for that. He's landed on a red to the left middle.
Massive arc on the cue ball there, John. Just look at the way it arcs into the bunch.
I think the problem here for Mark is he's just the wrong angler on this red, so he can't screw back for the black. He's thought about screwing back. There's the pot success in this third session so far. Only played, well, 2.5 frames. 44% pot success for Marco Fu. Yeah, that was 25. A good shot. Not got the perfect angle on the green, so not ideal. So drop the brown in and play for this red to the left middle, you would have thought. It's easy and guaranteed position. Now you'd want to leave an angle on the green if you could.
29.
To go into this cluster of reds just below the pink. That could clear the path to win the frame at this visit. No, no, no.
Mark Selby, 29.
It's unbelievable. Every time you think he's just getting back to a bit of form, he throws in an easy miss. Good pot, excellent position, although I have a feeling he's a little bit straighter, well, he couldn't be straighter on the black. Trying to move this red away, but that's no good. You need to catch that red fuller to stay on the red close to the left corner, and surely this red along the top cushion is going to be too tough to take on.
Yes, we know those two reds just below the pink are a plant, and whether they're a plant into the middle pocket as well. So if he does miss this red and take it on, that plant could be available into the middle. The pink might just be in the way, though. This is really tough. That was a really, really tough pot to take on at this stage of the match, John. I'll have to question that, because Marco Fu, we've talked about the 44% pot success rate. When you're playing a shot, you'd probably only pot 5 out of 10 with a 44% pot success rate. That did appear to be the right shot to take on.
One.
Got into it too much. There's no consistency of strike at the moment for Mark.
8.
He either gets into him too much or not enough, and there he really cued that well. I suppose the only good thing from a player's point of view is when you start hitting the ball as well as he hit that black, it does give you a bit of confidence that you are getting through like you would like to, even though he's not on anything. So maybe he's just beginning to get his timing right. He struggled most of this match with timing.
This red's obviously available into the middle. And if you can just come down for the black, he'll only leave the red into the yellow pocket. Should he miss it? Maybe go around the back of the black, which means he can play as a shot to nothing. A long way away with that one, though. And didn't want to catch the far jaw. This red may be
Mark
cuttable.
Selby, 8.
Well, thank goodness for the flick on the yellow. If it had hit the yellow full ball or just ran past it, he'd have left a choice of 3 reds to the left middle.
There's 1 or 2 seats available. Some people have bought season tickets and probably waiting for the afternoon and night session, but as usual here at the Crucible Theatre on a Saturday morning, as all the 17 days we've had here, or we're going to have here, absolutely packed to the rafters. He's beginning to get the cue ball.
Last time, 6 hours. It's been real hard snooker. Not reached the heights that we maybe expected, but what at stake is a place in the final of the Betfred World Snooker Championship. And when you're just slightly under par, as particularly Mark Selby has been, got a feel for Marco Fu with his tip coming off yesterday. Both players more concerned in getting a result here than how they play.
It's the old adage from golf, isn't it? There's no pictures on a scorecard. If they wake up in the morning and they're in the final of the World Championship, they'll forget about how bad this match has been.
Worked out by nestling up on that red. He wouldn't leave the red to the right corner. Couldn't have played it much better than that. And because it didn't go in the middle of the pocket, the cue balls just ran too far, so just a little tuck up behind the brown.
Mark Selby, 1.
Very hard to say how tight he is to the brown. Well, he's very tight. I've put that line up there, but that line is not on. Looking at how close he is to the brown, that's why he's having to go a completely different route. He's trying to nestle up to the red he did before. He's trying to nestle up to this red. Needs to judge it dead weight. Good hit. And what will please Marco he left the red to the right centre, but now he's just nudged that red. Mark Selby badly hampered. He'll refuse the pot. Red going towards the corner, but that'll be covered by the yellow.
Please make sure all your phones are switched off.
Can I catch this just right and avoid the double kiss at all costs? Very good. Although having said that, it looks as though Mark can just get past the brown to play the pot. This red to the right corner. If that cue ball had been tight to the baulk cushion, this would not have been on. Wow, it's so thin. Well, Marco's with a chance here. He's got to play a good shot here. I don't know whether he can stun round the back of the black and hold for the black. Good cueing needed. Decided to play the cannon on the black. Well, he's on the yellow. Getting down and playing this very quickly as we see him cannon the black into play.
Three. Four.
Not bad, not perfect. You think the yellow would be the most obvious ball, but he's got to screw it direct, I think, or just avoid the kiss on the blue. He maybe force it onto the side cushion. And played it nicely. Good shot. Wants to be straight on this red. The black isn't available into the
Six.
pocket he's playing this red, and of course he's got the problem with those two reds stuck together, so needs an angle on the black to try and bring those two reds into play. Don't know whether he can get the angle though, Willie, off this red.
Well, the run-through's on, John, just to probably risk, and it would be a risk, to just flick the left-hand side of the two reds and bring those both into play, and if he doesn't get the thin kiss, he's not on the black. So it may not be worth the risk, but the angle looks there to me. To run through and just flick the left-hand red. But he's putting bottom on the cue ball, so probably trying to get on the pink with an angle to get onto the two reds. Yeah, we can kiss the reds now.
He'll do well to develop these two reds and leave one in a potable position here. And he'll give it a go. Side cushion, top cushion, but as I say, the odds of bringing them into play slight. And in the end, decided just to pot the pink. I don't think this red pots, does it? The right hand one of the two? Doesn't look like it.
$30.
Not quite certain what he played for, unless he wanted to screw a bit further down the table and play a double on this red. The double's not on now.
I think that was definitely the choice, wouldn't it? He just didn't get into the cue ball enough.
Marco, Phil.
He's back in this frame now, 14 points behind, 51 available.
And that's brought the reds into play, and the full ball kiss on the brown doesn't help Mark Selby. Would help Marco if he can snick this red in. You have to play with a trace of left-hand side just to straighten up the cue ball. And that's why he hit it much too thin. He needs a bit of luck here. And he may well have had it. Yes, the pink has come to the rescue. This red closest to the right corner was definitely potable. But worrying that playing with just a trace of side, Willie, you missed that cut by so far.
Mark Selby's going to play a similar shot here, play the cut along the cushion, but obviously the key thing is getting a good white. He wouldn't be expecting to pot this red. That was the key thing in his mind, finding the baulk cushion, and he looks to have done that. Or very close to it.
Yeah, caught that nicely. Very nicely, thank you. Might give him a chance to force an error from Mark Selby. Always slides off that third cushion, or second cushion. That's the line he's after, although looking at the finish of my second line, I think he wants to be a little bit higher than that. It's just when it comes off that second cushion, it always seems to slide. I think it's on. I think there's 2 cushion escapes on.
Marco. Thanks.
Well, he's decided now he needs to go the other side of the yellow and playing this with a lot of left-hand side.
Foul and a miss. Marco, full 4.
I think he's got to play a fraction harder, John, to hopefully it just straightens up a little bit off the first cushion.
Third attempt, and of course he can have as many as he likes until he gets to Snooker's required stage. I don't think he'll go that far. This looks better.
Any problem with a thin safety shot here, you'd be pushing the red right over one of the corners. That's where he's coming to look at the angle where the red's making contact with the other red. Any sort of kiss on the second red there, the one that's on the cushion, could push it to either corner. The problem, that was always going to be the problem. He was up off the shot very quickly, you knew he'd miss it that.
Yep, as you say, as soon as he struck it, he was up and back to his seat and wondering how much damage that poor safety shot has done. And he got into that too much.
1.
So you would think pink to the middle, but it's tricky. Just trying to screw back direct. Okay, he can pot the black, but I don't see where the red comes from. The most positive shot is pink in the middle and try and drop on one of these two reds. Plays the black. I don't see how he can get position.
Just thinking, John, if he finished in exactly the same place he is now with the white, would he be able to get through to the red that's nearest the pocket? I think probably just.
Oh, wow, he tried to play the cannon with side, and I'll tell you what, that was a great effort and a little unlucky. He trusted his tip there. He needed to play that with a lot of left-hand side. You see the side as it come after top cushion?
Well, that is very unlucky. If he kisses that red full ball, you'd imagine it would have been frame over. 2 points in front. Not straightforward to get the red safe. Going to have to play 3 cushions in behind the yellow, but thin as you like.
Yeah, and if you're going to play that type of shot, you've got to be careful you don't run into the red as that cue ball comes round off the 2 cushions. Got to avoid the double kiss.
Oh dear, that's dreadful.
Marco Fu. 8.
I thought he was going to hit the first red, John, not the second red.
No pace in that. Another chance for Mark Selby.
One.
Well, just about on the yellow, but well, he's getting down quick, so that must tell us he's reasonably happy with the potting angle. He's played this well. That now takes him 1
3.
point in front. And always knew he'd be on
4.
the brown. That's why he was going down for the baulk colour. But playing the well, he's looking at the green. He thinks the green is better for position on the yellow, but this is slightly tricky going across the nap. Playing at a slow pace. Oh, but played it well. Played it very nicely. 5 points to lead. Yellow, green,
7.
brown, blue required.
Nine.
With the cue ball being a little bit higher, you can see him shaking his head there because he knows it's not a natural now to get onto the brown. He may have to play to the brown into the opposite pocket to the one he's playing the green in. Didn't want to be playing into this pocket really.
12.
It should be okay.
Yeah, with that blue not being on its spot, it's always going to make it a little bit awkward, but I, like you, Willie, thinks he's got a nice angle on this brown to get on the blue. Oh, he just...
16.
Well, on a good day, you just brush past it and knock it straight, but Marco Fu, he's not out of this frame yet. 14 points of difference, 18 remaining.
Just a little come into the commentary box there, a little wry smile. Any kiss but that, he would have been on the blue. As it is now, he's going to have to play a good safety shot. And Marco Fu's been given a lifeline. Will he be able to see the blue?
Mark Selby, 16.
Yes, he can.
Well, just a containing safety, but not a bad one. Of course, with Mark Selby only needing the blue, it's imperative that Marco doesn't leave him any chance of a pot. And Mark didn't feel as though he could play an attacking safety, so Marco just in control of this important tactical battle. Mark Selby needs the blue, Marco Fu needs blue, pink and black. And this is close, but he purposely played it with that amount of pace, so it go close to the corner, but enough pace to run up the side cushion. But as you can see, he's not got the snooker, so a chance for Mark to get the advantage now.
Be a little bit careful with the top spin he may be playing it. Trying to get the white in behind the black spot somewhere. But usually with that shot it's very difficult. The key thing is to make sure you get the object ball safe. That's what he's done. He's not got a bad white. Mark Selby will probably take the double on here if he can get the cue ball back to the ball cushion. He's very good at doubles normally. He wants to play it, you can tell that. He's looking up to his pals in the audience, suggesting that he's going to play the double.
Well, as you say, if he can control the cue ball, I think the double is worth taking on. The only problem, as we always say with a double, if it doesn't go in and it catches the wrong jaw of the middle pocket, it can come back towards the white. But this double, this blue, for the frame. Not quite. Where's the blue ball going? Oh! And that's what I say. When it hits the jaw of the pocket, you never know where it's going to finish.
I don't think I've ever seen it finish like that, John, after a double. This blue is obviously cuttable, but boy, is it going to be tough, because if it doesn't go in, it stays there right on the pocket.
He's given it plenty of thought. It's one of those where you just feel as though if you hit it as thin as you can, it's going to go in the pocket. I can't see an easy safety, so I think he's got to play the pot.
Yes, the white will be going up and down twice. Very good. Where's the cue ball going? This is excellent. Absolutely to the inch. Mark Selby shakes his head. But he's had two chances on the blue. Unfortunately, neither of which were easy. Marco Fu potted an excellent blue, got perfect on the pink. And now the black, surely a formality. Well played, Marco Fu. He must be wondering how he's won that frame. No break for either player of any significance. But Marco Fu pulls one back and still trails 10-9.
Okay, Marco. Thank you. Take your seats, please. Frame 20. Marco Fu to break. Settle down, please. Put your cameras down, please.
Yes, mid-section interval after this frame. And it's a very interesting match, this. It's not been high quality, but as I say, the stakes are so high. Hit at that rather than cued it. Crowd getting excited. Never looked like going in. But he really hit at that. Nothing smooth about that cue action there. a nice shot from Marco. Needs that black to bounce a touch, and it has.
One.
It's cuttable.
He potted a thin blue in the last frame to win the frame. Maybe this black is a little too thin. Doesn't like it. An amazing stat from the last frame, John. I know it was a very scrappy frame and somebody eventually has to win the frame, but Marco Fu, this must be a record, won that frame with a high break of 18, and that was a blue, pink and black. Amazing stat.
Well, as we're saying, it has been a bit of a grind.
Green ball.
I'm amazed he can't cut this black in. He probably just feels that it's too thin and he can't guarantee position, but looks cuttable for me. Anyway, you know better
Marco Fu.
when you're
One.
down at the table. That was a good safety shot. So let's have a look at the virtual image. 115-degree cut. So for me that was cuttable. But obviously he didn't feel as though he can control the cue ball. That's a good reply from Marco. Of course, with the green and brown being off the spots, it's not ever going to be a real telling safety. Yeah, during the turnaround of the frames, Marco chatting away there to our Coventry City supporter who's here every session. But nice to see Marco, and I agree with what Ken said in the studio, Willie. I think winning that last frame from Marco, as you say, I didn't realise until you mentioned it, only making a break of 18. But he's got a frame on the board now, and maybe that'll just relax him.
Looks like he's queuing to try and deep screw this red in. Wow. What a fantastic pot. Didn't see that one coming the way they both played this morning.
Well, he has knocked in some tremendous pots in this match. And there's a distance, 7'5". And, well, it's tremendous. Didn't see a path back to balk. Thought he'll pop my way out of trouble. He couldn't have played it better. I just feel it. Well, he's looking down the right-hand side. Looks like the left-hand side would be a better side to come down.
Cutting the green in, he can come round those three cushions and get onto the red nearest the black spot. That's what he's playing. Not hard enough.
Not hard enough by a long way. Long way short. Well, he's going for another tricky red. The red immediately below the cue ball. There's two reds together, the right hand one. It just passes the black. You screw back off the other red for the blue, but this is no gimme. No, played it well though. And he's got two for the price of one.
6.
Didn't think it was that good a shot, but there you go.
Yes, I think he's decided to try and make something happen. He's, apart from the century break, he feels he's getting a little bit bogged down, and you get what you deserve when you play a shot like that. If he gets nice yellow red and gets the black back into commission, okay, it might not go into its own spot, but the pink spot freely available. This would be a frame-winning opportunity, but needs to get onto red nicely to get onto the black from here. Is that cue ball to get past the blue? Just not happening at the moment, is it?
8.
No. And I'm just looking to see if he could keep himself going another good pot, but it's not obvious. I can see a couple of reds that will cut into either corner, but surely much too risky to take on. I mean, you don't mind playing them if you feel there's an element of a shot for nothing, but if there isn't, if you miss it, you're asking for trouble. No, there was nothing on, so played the safety. And a good one.
Selby, 8.
An excellent safety.
Nice to see that from Marco. A little tap on the table, appreciation of the safety. At first glance, I'm looking. The two reds and pink are stopping going the safety shot off two cushions down that side. The brown and blue are making it difficult to play the safety off an edge of a ball down the left-hand side. Whichever shot he decides to play, it's going to have to be hit perfect or we make contact with the ball on the way back.
Here we come, sweeping into the arena. It was always difficult to find the path. Now what has he left? First look, nothing easy.
Yes, sometimes luck does play a part in snooker. You expect both players to have a little bit at some time. Don't know whether this red passes, John, does it, in the corner?
It'll be tight. No. Yeah, you'd think luck would even out, although you never had any, Willie,
No,
apparently.
never. One of life's mysteries why somebody can be so unlucky.
Never had a fluke or anything like that?
No.
No?
This red is cuttable, but he's going to be careering into the red. I don't think he can get round the back of the red and get the path back into the balk area. He's going to have to miss the kiss on the brown if he can get by the first red.
I'd want to be certain I could avoid the kiss on the second red here. Well over the minute thinking time.
Seems like he's itching to play a pot, John, doesn't he, rather than a safety?
He's playing the safety now, though. And didn't play it very well at all. I mean, kissing the blue. There's been some very elementary errors here from both players, it has to be said.
Yeah, he looks a bit stressed, doesn't he, Mark, at the minute? Almost looked like there was a few tears in his eyes there. Whether he's struggling out there, I'm not sure. You can get a little bit frustrated, John, a little bit embarrassed sometimes, but he's made a century this morning. He's won 2 of the 3 frames.
Well, it's definitely a red cuttable, and obviously if this one goes to the middle, just past the pink. And played the cannon, played it positively, finished nicely on the black. Come pretty straight on this black, but shouldn't have any problem getting the cue ball away from the cushion. He's just looking which is the easiest red to play for. Is he on this red? He's played for the red to the right corner. And And the black spot held. He's
8.
on the red to the right corner. So the black goes on the pink spot, which will help. I think he can just about bounce off the top cushion. Well, he's looking now to screw round off a couple of cushions, possibly pink or black.
Surely Johnny can play this plain ball and play for the black in the middle.
Looks that way, but doesn't seem to like it. Stunning round. Well, does the brown
9.
pass the pink? That's his only hope. And I would suggest it does. Always look at the body language of the player. You can soon tell if they're not right on the ball, and as you can see, the brown clearly goes. If that brown hadn't been able to go, you'd have seen the drooped shoulders, the dropping of the head, the disappointment. But now, what a chance to go into the mid-session interval as they started this morning session, all square.
$14. $21. $22.
Right to have been a little straighter on this black. It's okay, but he's going to have to just play with a little bit of pace now and screw across for those 2 reds to the right of the cue ball now. Be a little bit disappointed leaving the cue ball so close to the side cushion. Black spot still occupied.
29.
So the black goes back on the pink spot.
Obviously not happy with the angle he has on the easy red of the 2, because he's going to have to push through the red a little bit. So he's potting this, trying to just get the cue ball to push through the red about 3 or 4 inches. Doesn't want to leave himself hampered with the other red he's kissing into. Oh, he's still not playing great, Michael. He's struggling, but they're going in.
Yeah, never easy, tight to the cushion, and I'll be honest with you, I thought that was wide. I wouldn't normally expect the pocket to take a pot like that. $30 points to lead. And the way the reds are
37.
situated, this is a golden opportunity to level the match once again.
38.
Can play the black, can play the pink. Obviously the pink will go on the blue spot. That will be the highest available. If you had a nice angle, I'd see no harm in playing the pink and maybe playing for the red that's occupying the black spot. But decided he could hold better that way. If you can stop the cue ball from travelling
44.
too many distances, you always feel you got a lot better control.
45.
Overhits that slightly though for the black.
Yes, the natural path of the cue ball, maybe canned into one of the reds if he could play it plain ball he'd like to, but looks like he's digging down a little bit, so playing on and off the side cushion. Just okay. Keep play it like that. He played for the red and was just kissed.
52.
Red and the black would leave Mark Selby needing a snooker.
$53.
That's pretty good. So this black to go 53 points in front with just 51 remaining. And just signs that Marco just beginning to settle down to the task now. He's set loose pretty well.
Mark Selby very disappointed that he hasn't won at least 3 of these first 4 frames. You have to take your hat off to Marco Fu. He's played very poorly this morning as well, but he'll be delighted he's won 2 frames.
61.
Yeah, in the first session of this match, I felt that Marco Fu looked the more likely to win frames in one visit.
67.
And of course, when he had the problem with the tip, I wondered how that was going to affect him. But he's taken these very well.
68.
It'll be very interesting to see after the mid-session interval how the other 4 frames pan out.
$74.
So if he rolls this red in, there'll be no way back to the table. Well, there's no way back now for Mark. He won't bother coming back. Then it goes.
75. $81. 83. $86.
It's amazing, really, the way these first 4 frames have gone. Now we're possibly going to have 2 centuries in 4 frames, and neither player have been hitting the ball anything like they normally want to.
95.
It's remarkable. 8th century for Marco. Turner, and the 78th of the tournament. That was more like it from Marco Fu. He'll go to the mid-session interval feeling a lot better. Mark Selby still not his best. It's all square. Very interesting 4 frames to come after the mid-session interval. 10-all. They've returned into the arena. And 4 very important frames. Can anyone get a lead going into the final session this evening?
Mark Selby to break.
There's the match time, just short of 6 3/4 hours. It's not been vintage snooker, it's been good, hard match play snooker. And each frame, apart from the odd ones, had a frame winning contribution. Could have gone either way. Nice roll. Does it stop in time for the black? Just about.
1.
It's just about on this black. Not ideal. Once again, we see the break-off shot. Doesn't seem to be any great advantage anymore, the break-off. Very hard to judge the potting angle being so close. Cue ball and object ball. No, much too thick. You'd be hoping now he's blocked the pocket. Well, maybe he didn't have to because...
Marco Fu, 1.
I don't see a red that he's on. The pink covering the one in the open on the right-hand side of the table. Just a safety shot for Mark, but he'll be very wary of leaving any kind of pot to the right corner pocket, because that black is making it look like a very big pocket.
Yes, if he plays thin off the two reds that are touching, he's got to be careful, he doesn't send the red into it, but he's not playing that one, so he's just playing towards the yellow. Very short of pace again.
Now will Marco be tempted? This red's the right corner. He could just be on the right jaw, you'd feel it going off the black. He's thinking about it. He's taking it on. Too full. Doesn't seem to have left anything. Well, I'd say he's not left anything. There may be a red to the left middle. And the reason you'd be tempted to play that, of course, if you pot it, well, he's not looking at anything, he's just playing the safety, is he? Or does this red cut back now? Just the safety. And not a very good one.
So unlike Mark Selby to miss just a safety shot that bad. Marco Fu should get the upper hand on this safety exchange. Now he's got his hand on the table.
Not bad, but he has left a straightforward run back to balk. Where's the red going? Now then. You would think there's a shot on here. Hit the red onto the black onto the red, knock it in. Got to hit the first red just right though.
Yeah, the one next to the blue appears to be the guaranteed way of getting this pot the second red. One down the cushion. If he hits it too thin, he might not pot the red.
Yeah, but the one by the blue is... Well, you're not certain to be on a colour. I'd be amazed if he doesn't try to play some plant of some kind.
Well, he's looking at the safety shot. Whatever happens, Mark Selby will be playing a plant. If you can see a red, that is.
Yeah, well, he's going all out here to try and get this cue ball in behind yellow and brown. Needs to hit this well. And hasn't done. Well, he's left Mark Selby a chance now to It's a red onto the black and not the red into the corner.
Yes, I mean, both amazed in the commentary box here. He didn't play some sort of plant.
Well, he's playing the one near the blue, as you suggested, Willie. Yeah, played it nicely. Didn't try too hard for position on the colour, but with the yellow not being on its spot, should be a easy in and out of balk. Yeah, I'm very surprised that Marco didn't try to play some plant there. No, it's all about line and length. He's got a good pace. We could have done without the kiss on the red, but might just be on it to the right middle.
Seven.
Black spot covered.
Yeah.
Pink spot available. So I won't worry mark too much, because both pink and black will still be in play. Just having a second look, maybe that red is just far enough away from the black spot for the black to go back onto its own spot. Yeah, there's plenty of room there.
Yeah, but the pink's nicely in the open, and certainly available into the two middles in the left corner. So you'd still regard this as a decent opportunity. Could have played that better.
$40.
And this is a comfortable pot to this right corner, but hampered as he is, it's not going to be that easy to get the cue ball at the table for pink or blue. There is an alternative red to the left middle, but that's missable. And he's not guaranteed position.
With him queuing down on this red, John, I'm not sure he can get the pace to come right out for the blue or pink. With bouncing it, it becomes almost like a stun off the cushion and could slow the white down. Well, he's played it okay though. Wasn't easy to get up there.
50.
No, he's made a good job of that. Had to avoid the kiss on the second red. Did that nicely. Electing the blue, because with the yellow not being on its spot, easy to get in and out of balk. Just needs to run on a little bit more.
20.
Just about okay.
$21.
Yeah, I wanted to be a little bit closer to the pink than he is. But he's getting down pretty quick, so there must be an obvious red to play for.
27. $28.
Trying to make sure he's top side of the blue, and he's played that pretty well. The red above the black pot, so the red to the right of the pink is available. Not a framing opportunity yet, where the reds are surrounding the black and the 3 reds on the side cushion, so he's still a lot of work to do in this break.
Now, what sort of an angle has he
33.
got on this red? I was wondering whether he had an angle to just disturb those 2 reds to the right of the black, but he hasn't. Have to play for the pink again. I decided to go up for the
34.
blue, but the wrong side. Looking where he can leave the cue ball. There you see, wrong side the blue line. The next red is not going to be easy.
$39.
Well, got the pot, but that cue ball needs to slow down for good position, and it hasn't.
Once again, didn't quite get into the cue ball, played to swing it around 2 cushions for the blue, and because he didn't get into the cue ball, the angle widened. And
Brown ball.
going to play the brown, probably just drop it in and try and leave the shot to nothing on the red next to the pink.
Foul. Mark Selby 40. Marco Fu 4.
Yeah, just when you're tied against the cushion, there's not a lot you can do. He knew there was a possibility in off. Maybe thought he was just going to catch the jaw. Good pot. Is he going to be on a colour? Needs to bounce.
1.
Who's next?
Marco Fu 1.
Tried to cover the 1 cushion escape, and it appears as though he's done that. So coming round off 4 cushions to nestle up to this red that's just left of the black. He doesn't want to run in behind it. There's 1, 2, 3. It's not hard enough.
Foul and a miss.
Missed call,
Marco
but
Fu 4.
Marco may be tempted by this red, but it was a tough snooker to get out of. Taking it on. This is tricky. Played it, and played it in such a way that if he was to miss it, he'd have covered it with the black and the 2 reds. But the only problem with playing it that way was never going to be perfect on the pink. So another difficult pot coming up. 23 points
7.
behind at the moment. Dear me, he's got a lot of cue between bridge hand and cue ball.
Yeah, he's up and decided he may need to just flick a little bit of side on here. I'm not too sure if we can get through to it plain ball. Yes, play with a little bit of check side just to straighten it up.
8.
Once again, not the desired angle on the pink unless he can screw into the two reds and black. The other white checked up over there. That tells me he has to put a little bit of left-hand side on to help the pot. So he's looking at what happens if he cannons into the black. But the angle he looks like on the pink, I'm not too sure whether he can get there. Does he think the red pots are just above the black? Doesn't look like it from here. We'll know after this shot. Well, he feels the red does pot.
Can he get past the
40
black for the potting angle? Yeah, mate, the referee will be watching this close.
Foul.
Yeah, hit the black
And
first.
that's Marco Fu, 14. Mark Selby, 7.
He convinced himself there that that red was on. It never looked on. Now you see the black moving before the cue ball got to the red.
He actually hit the black about quarter ball, John, didn't he? But he's got away with it. He doesn't appear to have left anything on at all. And the safety's not straightforward.
Yeah, Mark just asking the referee, you called a miss. So the referee said yes, but I don't know what value the miss will be. Imagine having them put replaced and then he pots the red.
Pots the red, yeah. Can't risk that, can he?
No. No way, Jose. Brendan Moore, local man. 7 hours now, and still no sign of who's going to take the semi-final. Decided to go for the red. It was a tough one. So Marco, having made that error, comes back to the table with a chance of a pot. 23 points behind. Big ask to win the frame in one visit.
One.
Played that pretty well. Be a lot easier if you could pot this blue and hole for the red in between the green and brown, but I'm not certainly straight enough for that. If you can't hole for it, then the positional side of the shot is a little bit trickier. Oh, well, he could hold, and hold comfortably. Now, this begs the question, is the black spot available?
6.
If he pots the black, will it cover the potting angle for the red that's near the black spot?
7.
And it must do, because that's why he's played for the blue.
But without the black on the spot, this last red's going to be very, very difficult indeed.
Yes, and with that in mind, Willie, and you can see the disappointment on his face, he wanted an angle on this red so he could play for the black. He hasn't got it. Reduced his arrears to 11 points, but well, that's just off straight the wrong side.
We've often said in commentary that Marco Fu's not blessed with the most cue power. He'd need all of his cue power to get around off maybe 1, 2, 3 cushions to try and get onto the black or blue. There's just enough room. It's just slightly off straight. And playing the deep screw this side, I don't think he's got the power to play that shot. So he could still get on the black if he forces it through. Decided just to play the safety.
You'd like to find the baulk cushion behind the yellow and brown.
Black ball. Marco Fu, 13.
Looks to have played it pretty well. Two ways of playing this. You either come off the side cushion and nestle on the red, or I think the possible swerve is on. You could swerve it, but Mark feels it's a better option just trying to nestle on this red. And of course, if he was just to run past it and leave the pot on, it'd be very difficult to pot the red and get position on the colour. So just dead weight. Well, I can't believe he's played it with pace. I can't believe he's played it like that. He needs a bit of luck here. I mean, why not just nestle on the red? I mean, okay, you may be losing the advantage, but...
It's impossible to get into a colour from the red, even if he leaves them straight on the top cushion.
So here's a chance for Marco Fu to take the lead. He's only been in front in this match once, and that was when he led 8-7. Of course, remember in this match he lost the first 3 frames, was always playing catch-up. But now just 6 points behind. He'll be very disappointed if he doesn't win the frame at this visit.
Six.
Wow.
Marco Fu, 6.
What a miss. Okay, he's got away with it. He's covered the potting angle on the green, but Mark Selby would just be glad that he's still in this frame. Always low. Easy escape. 2 cushions, just got to catch the green full. And as I say, you'd just be pleased that the frame's not over. Could never guarantee getting it safe. Okay, Marco's got another opportunity here, but after missing the easy green as he did, he won't be relishing this one. Turned it down in favour of the snooker and saved it, and he's just about crept there. I mean, if he could get him behind the green, he could get it safe. I don't know if he can do that with the swerve. Looks like he can. Just got to miss the green on the way up and catch it on the way back. And the fuller he hits the green, the more likelihood of getting it safe. Got to judge this well, though. Couldn't have judged it better. Could not have played it better. Good shot.
Yes, you've seen those go wrong many, many times when you catch them quarter ball and both white and green would have gone up right towards the blue spot area. Fu played that shot pretty well as well.
Yes, and it's not that easy to hit this, because the pink is stopping him coming off the baulk cushion, it appears. Coming off this top cushion. He'll do well to get this safe. If the pink wasn't there, it'd be easy to come off the baulk cushion, but the pink has cut off that natural one cushion escape. This is more difficult, and there's a little bit of room around the green. It's a good hit, but he needs to get away with it, and he hasn't. He's left the green, so Marco Fu gets another chance. Oh, another one into the same pocket. Not even close. Amazing.
Quiet down,
Unbelievable.
Just shows you, John, here at the Crucible, you can miss anything. Both these players have made over 400 competitive centres each. Both two of the best break builders in the game. But with nerves jangling, anything can be missed when they're playing not at their best.
Seven.
Glance at the scoreboard will tell him just the blue needed.
And it'll be a very, very relieved Mark Selby, because on no fewer than 2 occasions he must have thought this frame had gone. Marco Fu, well, he'll be kicking himself. So in goes the pink.
In the frame.
Another
Mark
not
Selby.
so memorable frame, but Mark Selby won't mind that. Marco Fu, well, he missed 2 greens into the yellow pocket. Unbelievable bad misses. Mark Selby is 1 frame ahead again, 11-10. Well, we've got a few stats you can have a look at. We'll return with commentary when the players return, but that pot success for both players has got to improve.
Thank you, frame 22. Marco Fu.
I'm sure very worried and very bemused. Marco Fu is getting this next frame underway, having missed 2 of the simplest greens you're ever likely to see miss, but this is what the Crucible can do for you, is you just have to make sure he goes into the last and final session of the evening this evening not too far behind.
You can never really tell from Marco, he doesn't really show out how he's feeling. Here's the obligatory red that's available. If you just drop it in with confidence, it should be on the black. Just a little bit thin. How's your luck? It's okay, he's not left anything. You can clearly get through to this red just to the left of the blue. Now normally you think, well, you could run through. It's got that straight red, that side, but you could leave the red behind the black. You can get through to the red on the right hand side of the table, but if he plays the run through, he could leave the red below the black or a red to the right middle. So which one is he going to leave? Red along the, well, the one that's just behind the black. You couldn't say it's along the top cushion because it's well away from there. So first chance to Marco.
1.
Yes, he would have played the shot to nothing as he would like. That red would have been a lot more difficult. The fact that Mark Selby mishit it, left Marco pretty straightforward. First red. Now the work starts. Is he going to bring anything into play? He may have gone too far. His body language will let me know in a moment.
8.
His facial expression tells me he's gone too far. Very unlucky.
He's having another close look. It's one of those, if you were on the practice table, you'd put a little trace of left-hand side on the cue ball just to straighten the red up, but it's a bit risky. Semi-final of the World Championship. So deciding that all he's got to play is a safety shot. And didn't play it very well,
8.
has to be said.
This red may be cut into the corner, but the target will be behind the yellow and brown.
Well, kiss on the brown, usually not too good, but Marco's slightly hampered with the cueing, doesn't make this safety shot any easier. Got it a bit too thick. Now will he be helped by the green? Not quite. Mark just having a look to see whether he could get to the potting angle. The two reds that are close to the right corner, can he get to the top one and just see enough of it? Trying to bend it with a bit of side, but he's got down on the shot and doesn't think it's on. Straightforward safety shot this. Trying to get in behind the brown, you would have thought. Well, decided to just play it off the two cushions. It's okay. Not a great length. And because it wasn't a great length, he left a chance of a pot, and an excellent pot it was. Now he needs an angle on the brown. That would not have been on, and that cue ball being tight to the cushion. Just got a slight angle on the brown, as you can see. It's becoming a real struggle now for both players.
1.
That was an excellent opportunity for Marco. Okay, he was trying to make the angle slightly, but shouldn't be missing those. And with his black available into both corners, this is a great chance. Just one good pot. He should be on the black. It's getting hard work, and it's not going to get any easier this session. Both players just a little bit out of touch.
Look where the whites finished, John. Is didn't get onto the black nicely. Pot success in this third session, both well below 90. Marco Fu appears to be just hanging on to Mark Selby's shirt tails at the moment. He's getting chances.
Eight. Nine. Yep.
Marco just asking for the cue ball to be cleaned. In this match, although the scoreline doesn't say it, I always felt that Marco Fu was the one that was capable of scoring the most when he got in. But with the opportunities that are being spurned this morning in this third session, I'd take nothing for granted now. You know, normally, Willie, as you're watching a match unfold, you get a feeling for who's playing the better.
16.
I haven't got a clue.
Me neither, John. Absolutely me neither. I think Marco is missing more easy balls than Selby, to be perfectly honest, but both are playing poor safety shots as well. I think this is possibly to go to the wire this evening. I know one thing for certain, one of them will fall over the line.
17.
Yeah. Best of 33. It's got to be a winner. I agree with you. I think this could go all the way and it'll be draining. For those of you in black and white, that was the brown that you just potted.
21.
Well, there's two ways of playing this. He could play it firm and screw into the four reds above the pink, or just play a little drop cannon on the red immediately to the right of the pink. Decides to play it that way, but now he may be wishing he'd have gone into that cluster of four with pace, because he's not ideal here. Delicate little shot required.
28.
Played it well. And got a nice angle on the blue here. Just having a look what's available. Obviously the right hand one of the four reds will go to the right corner. So he doesn't have to play a cannon. And you know, I think the middle reds may be a plant.
34.
Not quite. But he's okay. He's on this red just below the pink. Nicely on it to play for the black. And those four reds to the right of the pink are available without having to play any cannons.
35.
Although, having played it like that, he may have to play the cannon now. Forced into it because of the angle he's got on the black. Could have brought better. They could definitely have brought better than that.
42.
The cut right into the middle, he can get round the back of the black. So we're playing this off two cushions to get onto the black. That looks high. Oh, that looked high. Very enough one to finish dead. When this first set off, John, I thought that was definitely high.
Yeah, it was just like a hand dragged it in the pocket. So 59 points the lead. We're looking for red, colour red.
50.
To level the match once more.
$51.
There was a clap from the audience, and Marco Fu immediately looked at the scoreboard, thought he'd misread the scoreboard, but he quickly realised he didn't. So he needs one more red. Considering the way Marco's been playing, and to have made a century this morning and this 56 and counting here.
56.
Just shows you how mentally strong he is.
Yeah, but it does help when you're getting 2 or 3 chances a frame, doesn't it?
57.
A larger round of applause this time tells them that that was frame ball. And somehow he's going to be level once more.
$63. $64.
Apart from the 180 made in levelling the scores at 10-10, it's been far and away the highest break he's made.
71.
Apart from that, as we mentioned earlier, won a frame earlier on with a high break of 18. What a shame we're not going to get any century, but he'd be very, very pleased with that performance. A break of 71 comes to an end after an easy red miss, but Marco Fu would be pleased to be level again at 11 all. And John, it's hard to put your finger on this match because both players seem like they've never played in a you know, it's such an important match. They're both like fish out of water at the minute.
Yeah, I think, but we've been in matches over the years, you know, where it seems that one player drags another one down, and I think this is a typical example of that. And there's lots of chances, and normally if you step back and looked at the opportunities that the players have had, you think, well, you'd die for that, you know, to get 3 or 4 opportunities a frame. And it's just, I feel that both players are not absolutely at the best, and they're dragging one another down, and it's just like they're sparring and sparring. Of course, you just feel that if someone just raises his game a notch or two, they could run away with this, but at the moment, no sign of it.
Absolutely, couldn't agree with you more. I think both players would be so disappointed to know that they've had so many chances. They could be 4 or 5 frames clear in this match. There's 2 frames to go in this afternoon session before they get to the final session this evening.
Frame 23.
Selby breaking off.
Mark Selby to break.
Frame 23.
Decent length with the break-off shot. Left the red, possible to the left corner, but the black tied up. No value in playing it. Good length with the cue ball. A good reply from Marco. Excellent.
The red just above the pink is the one he'll be playing back into baulk from. I think you can see the edge of that. Well, it looks like he's playing off the edge of the pack. Still plenty of room to go around the back of them, but look how poorly he's hitting the safety shots now. This is worrying times for both players.
So thick. One's was it just less than quarter ball. It's almost as much as he could see of it. But it doesn't look as though he's left anything. Mark Selby very fortunate not to have left a pot on here. There's an easy run back to the baulk end. Obviously he's got to cover this red that's adjacent to the right corner. I think he's just letting himself cool down. He's a little bit annoyed that he feels as though he should be on something here. There's over a minute here, but there's only a safety. Return back to baulk. Aye, what's he spotted? Nothing. Oh, hang on. He's giving it the one eye. Decided to play up and down off this red. And the reason for that, he feels as though he can get the blue to cover the red near the pocket, and he's done that. But there is a red just above and to the right of the pink that will pot, and if he was to pot that and screw over to the two reds that are touching one another, he'd be on the black. It's a big shot to take on. He has potted some terrific balls in this match, but it doesn't appear as though he's considering the pot. Does he think this red below the pink could go in off the red near the right corner? Does it go? Oh, I'll tell you what, it wasn't far away from going in off, but an excellent cue ball. Nothing wrong with that safety shot. But these two reds together near the right corner, the right hand one may just be potable. And the reason I say that, he'll have a look at safety options, but if he did pot it, every chance he could finish on the pink into the middle here, taking it on. Played it well, and he's on the pink to the middle. One. Good chance, this.
7.
Doesn't have to
8.
bring too many balls into play, and I think that red that's close to the black spot will go to the same pocket as the black. And he looks at the angle where he could run across the table for that red in the same pocket. Couldn't have played it much better. See where the black goes. Just about okay.
50.
I think he can just pot this red and avoid the kiss on the black. Well, all right. If he can't avoid the kiss, just rub past it. Well, he could avoid the kiss,
60.
so that was okay. Little cannon, Will.
Yeah, the left under the two reds that are directly above the black. But, you know, the way they're both playing, it's going to be hard to guarantee the full-ball cannon. He could overscrew this or underscrew it. This is the line that we've put in for you. That's the kiss he wants. And that's the kiss he's got. But you see, he's not... Because they're not cueing brilliantly at the moment, he's played to hit that full ball. Because it is half ball, he's lost the cue ball. OK, he still should pot the red. But this is the problem when you're not playing at your best. Little things can go wrong. And his body language is telling me he's not on the one that is 3 down from the pink. Maybe he'll have to play the one that's right on the left-hand side there and cut it into the black pocket. But with an element of safety, he'll be going back to balk. Just shows you, John, when you're not cueing well, that little cannon, John, when you're cueing well, unmissable.
Yeah, and it's such a strong part of Marco's game when he's in and around the pink and black spot area. Those little cannons. No, he's played it well.
24.
Recovered the situation somewhat. He's looking at the blue, but he's a little bit thin on the blue, so I would suggest green or brown would give him an angle to come down on the reds. Good positional shot here, could put him right back in prime position. He's played that nicely.
27. $28.
The red to the right of the pink pots. So that's to pressure a little for the cue ball. Of course, the pink's available now, so this has now become a frame-winning opportunity. We said that in the previous frame, where he looks certain to
33.
To win it. Once again, didn't get into the cue ball, played to get onto the blue, completely miss-hit it. Played to screw past that red for the blue.
Yeah, the problem is here. Easy enough to pot the pink and come round of 2 cushions, but where does the red come from? I don't think he can play it plain ball because he may run into one of those 3 reds just below the pink, so he's got to stun to avoid the cannon. So he's got to be very precise, maybe thinking about a red to the right middle. Well, he got into it, and he's just about on that red to the right middle. He played that very well.
40. $41.
I think he's just about on the pink. And in potting the pink, the 2 red just to the left of the pink. Just a little cannon on one of those would leave him a nice straight red into the same pocket as he's playing this ball. Played it nicely. Okay, a bit close to the red, but always knew he was nudging the ready cannon towards the middle, so no problem.
47.
Just stunning this in. I think the pink's available. Could go up for the blue. But a frame winning chance. No doubt about that.
Yes, he won the last frame with a break of 71.
48.
So this will be worrying times now for Mark Selby, because he's realising now Marco Fu's starting to play. If Mark Selby plays at the same standard, he'll be going home. He has to up his game and quickly.
Yes, couldn't agree with you more, Willie. We were talking in between frames about if someone could just raise the game a notch or two.
54.
Maybe able to take a useful lead going into the final session this evening. Or a 2-frame advantage, that's the most any player could ask for as it turns out now, but just get that feeling that Marco is just going up a notch or two.
$55.
And when you think, John, just 2 frames ago, he's missed ball after ball after ball, and all of a sudden he's found a bit of form from somewhere.
Well, I think as we've said, if your opponent keeps missing and giving you opportunities, then nothing builds your confidence more. There you see it, 61 ahead.
61.
Red and a black would do. Red and a pink would be sufficient. So this black will put him 69 points in front with just 67 remaining. And there's the difference now. He's going to take a 1-frame advantage. He's got a 90% pot success. Mark Selby still below 90 at 87%. So the applause for Snooker is required. Every possibility of another century. Well, it looks like he's got a bit of a bounce off the side cushion, so that century
77.
will only be possible if you can double this red. Will he double it or just play safe? He's got the frame one. He doesn't want to give Mark Selby any second chances.
77.
And Mark's in his seat when he concedes, so Marco Fu just beginning to raise his game here. And for the second time in the match, he goes 1 frame in front. Important stages now. 12-11, Marco Fu against the world number 1. Marco's left the arena, and we'll return with commentary for the final frame of this session, and a big one it is.
Thank you. Take your seats, please. Thank you. The final frame of this session, Marco Fu to break.
The last frame of this session. Can Marco Fu take a 2-frame lead into it, or will there be all square again for the second time in this match after a session? It was 8-all after the first session. Mark Selby has to up a gear in this frame. Been kept off the table the last couple of frames.
Boy, that was a wide. He played the pot here. How far away was that? very worrying times for Mark Selby. Good shot from Marco. This cue ball needs to slow up. And it just about gives him a slight angle. And there is a red available to the right corner. So he can just drop this blue in and land on that red. There are two reds just above the black that are available, but he hasn't got the angle on the blue to play for one of those. So just drop it in. Just don't run through too far.
Six.
Now I'm just going to adjust the cannon off the second red here to get position on the black. Usually very good at this type of shot. Not that time. Decided to play a little stun. And didn't get enough stun on the cue ball, and that's why when it hit the second red, it ran through it. I'm not even tempted by the black, just the safety. And that tells me, Willie, that he feels at the moment he doesn't have to take any undue risks. The chances are going to come because Mark Selby's not playing that well.
Yeah, good point, John. And Marco Fu in form, if they were both playing well, either one of them would have taken that cut on, but the fact that he knows Mark Selby is really, really struggling, he feels he's going to get 2 or 3 more chances in this frame. Not necessarily going to be the case, but I understand the way he's thinking.
So a touching ball. Mark's looking at Marco. Marco, yes, they've agreed. Going to have a re-rack. And it was as if Mark wanted a re-rack there. He just looked at Marco as soon as he played a little dab into the balls.
You can just tell in Mark's face he's just struggling a little bit at the minute, and his eyes are a bit glazed up. I don't know whether he's got a cold or anything at the minute. I usually talk to him in between sessions. His eyes look a little bit watery. I think it's almost sometimes embarrassment, John, isn't it, when you're out there, sometimes when you're not playing anywhere near your best?
Well, yes, and you always feel that a decent break settles you down, and he made that this morning, made that lovely break of 125, but he's not kicked on from there, which has surprised me a little.
Final frame of this session. Marco Fu to break.
The final frame of this session, Marco Fu breaking off.
Bit weak with this break-off shot. Look of disgust as he walked back to his seat.
Yes, it was a wry smile, wasn't it, when he saw that cue ball finishing where it does.
Well, the wait goes on. It's in its 34th minute since Mark Selby last potted a ball. Needs a good flick off the brown. He's just about got it. Any thicker contact, he'll left this red to the right corner. But I think the yellow is covering the path to it. It certainly is. It's a path back to baulk quite comfortably, but he knows that that is fraught with danger. He could leave this red to the right corner. Playing it this way, he hopes he get the yellow. Well, as it turns out, the pink's come to his rescue anyway. But it was a decent safety. He'd have covered the red with the yellow if the pink hadn't come into that position.
The amazing thing is now it's a lot easier safety shot for Marco because he hasn't got that problem, has he, of leaving that red on with the pink going where it is. He would have been able to play thin off this red or the pack.
Just got to be a bit careful with this one. The one that's to the left of the black. Don't want to hit it too thin. Now purposely played it into the black. Catching a baulk colour. It's not a good safety. And surely, Willie, there's a chance here for Mark to swing this cue ball round off 3 cushions and get him behind the green or brown.
Absolutely. May decide to play it off 2 cushions, but I agree with you. You've got more of a bigger target playing around 3 cushions off the top red, and that will open the reds far and wide. He's played the 2 cushion escape. Playing the 3 cushion, he would have got more reaction from the reds, but that's a good length of cue ball.
Yes, he'll settle for that. Give Marco Fu a problem here. It's not straightforward. I mean, if the yellow wasn't in the way, you could consider coming off the side cushion, but it looks like he's coming round off 2 cushions with pace. Don't want to hit these too thick.
Foul on the miss.
Could be a free ball, this, if it creeps past the brown. Well, it didn't.
Oh, Selby foul.
So, I'm sure he'll have it replaced. Of course, this is one of these situations where he can clearly hit a red. So he'll have one more go at this, and if he doesn't hit it this time, he'll get a warning. If the yellow wasn't in the way, he could probably come off the side cushion and just nestle into that little cluster. Although there's always a danger he could leave a red to the right middle. I think it's the same shot. As I say, you don't want to catch it too thick. Oh, he caught it perfectly. Brilliant execution of the 2 cushion escape with pace.
I think it was Cliff Thorne that first played that kind of shot. Everybody used to think it was too risky, but they've perfected it now, these top players. They played so well. And because he played it so well, he's forced the error.
Marco Fu, 4.
The red, I think there's one on the right-hand side that may pot. But Marco, as we can see from that picture, nothing pots.
Yeah, and it's decision time. You either have it replaced, or he's having it put back because he had a decent cue ball. But where it was there, I don't think it'd have been an easy safety shot for Mark.
Got to be honest, I'd rather him played it from there, because if he gets his safety shot right, he's back in behind green and brown.
Absolutely. Could be a bad decision from Marco. We'll see. Advantage Selby. That's Marco's view. Obviously he's got the straight red, but that wouldn't entice him. He can't get through to the potting angle on the red just below the pink and black. Can't see an obvious return to baulk. So it's the 2 cushion escape with pace again. And this time too thick. Anything go? No, can't get through to the potting angle of that red. So I wouldn't think there'd be anything that Mark could have a go at here. But an opportunity, being so close to the reds, to get him behind that brown. He's tried it a couple of times. Can he get it this time? No, too thin. Oh, the flick helps, the flick helps. What a flick.
Obviously you could hear John's excitement at the flick and Mark just smiling up at the commentary box. This is very difficult for Marco. He feels he can see the red 2 down from the pink, and he'll just be leaving the cue ball in the jaws of this pocket on the right hand side here, knowing he's going to leave a pot on for Mark Selby, but one of which he probably won't play. Just the containing safety shot.
Well, he's just having a look. Can he get to through the gap of the 2 reds to play a pot? If not, the red that's closest to the right middle, he could come off that quarter ball and maybe get him behind the brown. But I think he's got a gap here. He has to play the pot on this red. It's a tough pot, but the cue ball will be going up to the balk end. 41.5 minutes since he last potted a ball. Just considering that red that's just below the black spot into the left corner. Be surprised if he doesn't take it on. Certainly not easy, but type of red I'd fancy him to knock in at his best, but he's not at his best. But can you turn down the correct shot?
Yeah, I think if he plays it at a decent pace, he's going to get on the yellow, which means there's no reds available.
Got down there and he wasn't really convincing, was he, the way he played it? There was an air of, I don't fancy this. Whereas normally Mark is so positive in his mindset. If he goes for one, he fully commits. Well, they both tried to get him behind the brown at one time or another, but it's Marco's turn now to turn the heat up on Mark Selby, because there's no return to balk, and I don't see an easy safety shot here. Be careful. Is he thinking about the 2-cushion escape, the one that we've seen Marco play the last couple of occasions? But as we said before, you cannot afford to hit it too thick, and swerving it, this is dangerous. No, not close.
Foul on this. Marco Fu, 4.
It's almost back where it was. Not much to replace there, I wouldn't have thought.
Marco, thank you.
But what's making this shot more difficult is the fact that he's having to swerve to get to the side cushion where he likes. He overdid it last time. How about this time? Oh, played it well. Oh, is this a bonus? Is he going to run up to the green? Well, roles reversed in just one shot.
There is a couple of potable reds, the 1-2 down from the pink and the 1-3 down from the pink, both cut into the corner, but surely he won't be taking those on because he'll be kissing into other reds. If he could stun the 1-3 down from the pink through the gap, he could play it as a shot to nothing, but I don't think he can get the stun on it, John, can he?
I think that there is another red that he may be able to find a gap. The one just above the black definitely goes to this right corner, and he may think, there's the red just to right of the black as we look. And
the gap is in between those other two reds, John. Yeah, I see that one now.
Whether Marco's seen it or not is another matter.
That's the one John's talking about.
Ooh.
And that's the gap he went for, but goodness me, it was nearer to me than the gap.
Well, thankfully, nobody hurt. Dear me, I mean, that was just an amazing. Hit that so badly.
Settle down, please.
And has not got away with it. Now, not the best opportunity, obviously, but a chance for Mark to build up a useful lead in this all-important frame he'd need. He wouldn't want to go in the final session this evening 2 behind. This chance to level, but not at this visit, but if you could get 40 or 50 points here, it would be a nice lead.
Yes, clearly not a great chance where pink and black are, but the blacks are well in the middle. If he gets a chance to drop behind that at some stage, not now, but in 2 or 3 reds' time, he'll try and drop behind it to get the black or pink into the middle pocket, and then it becomes a frame-winning opportunity. But at the minute, just blues and possibly green available. That's all really. Yellow's obviously okay as well.
Seven.
If you were having a small wage, you'd say anything above 30 would be good from here.
National Cough Day, is it?
Right.
You'll still be playing for the blue, but there is an angle on this red to be able to play the cannon into red and pink and black and still play for the blue. But it looks a bit too dangerous to do that. Not playing the second red, so it's just playing this one up for the blue nicely. Is that cue ball to travel? The fact that the brown and green are off its spot means that
30.
It's still okay to go in and out of baulk, but not from there.
Well, it's numerous occasions when he's played it for the blue and just not been able to get the right angle. There you see just the wrong side of the blue line. So it doesn't make the next red any easier. I've lost count how many times that he's played that, and a strange way of playing that blue for me. I mean, I'd have just run through and played to play this red stunning off the side cushion, but He feels he'd rather screw directly back for the blue. Yeah, but that's the problem. You know, he didn't have that much of an angle, and he had to be absolutely inch perfect to be on the blue, because he was always going close to it.
Yes, he groaned there, didn't he? The fact that he didn't get into the cue ball.
So we can only assume from that he played for the yellow, but he's now having to play the yellow with the rest.
Just not getting any cue ball movement at the moment, Mark. His timing is completely off.
That's end of visit.
21.
Just a safety shot to play.
The safety shot will be trying to get in behind the green or the brown. As long as he doesn't kiss the blue, swinging it around shouldn't be a problem. He missed the kiss on the blue. How's the weight?
Mark Selby, 21.
Not too bad. For a chance miss, we would have expected 35, 40 points from there. His lead is only 17.
Good safety shot, this. Excellent length. Yeah, not a bad return. You just get the feeling that this frame will not open up until we can get those three reds and that pink and black into play. They're all covering one another at the moment. Well, that's opened it up a little bit. Pink's now available. Maybe the black is, if someone should get a chance.
Not the desired contact on the red, but he's been a little bit fortunate there to left himself slightly hampered. I left Marco slightly hampered. Black still pots, and I think the pink pots as well, but who's going to pot the first red to bring those into play? Who's going to win this safety battle? Where's the red going up? I could play an aggressive safety shot here, try and play the red to career into a few more reds, bring them into play, knowing that he's almost bound to get in behind the brown or green. Is it time to play an aggressive safety? Well, he's looking at the cross double. He's looking at the cross double and trying to get back down to pot the green. As John always says, where's the red going? Trying to make something happen.
Yeah. Well, this frame now in its 22nd minute, and it's and just past the 8-hour mark, and all the balls are all going to the right hand side of the table. So even if someone got a chance, you wouldn't fancy him scoring many. This looks good. This looks very good. Very good indeed.
That's always going to be the target with this safety exchange behind brown and green, but as you can see, eventually somebody's going to be pushing a red towards the corner pockets. Has the blue come to his rescue? Not quite.
Well, I think the side cushion may have done, Willie. Right behind the line of the shot, and it looks very straight. Oh, can he pinch a bit? Well, he did, and that's an excellent pot. Use it just to slow up a little bit. He's just about on the blue.
One.
It was a cracker. Didn't think he could pinch that much of it, but right in the heart of the pocket. If it had just stopped a foot lower, it'd have been perfect on this blue to pot it and run into those reds to the right of the black, but not from the angle he's got now, which is why he's playing the green. Just needs to slow up a little bit.
4.
Can he somehow get onto the pink, which I think will just about pass the red in the corner? Just having a little look. Not too sure whether the pink does pot. From that camera angle, I'm not sure it does. Mark's playing up for the blue.
5.
The only chance he had there, again, a little bit of right-hand side with the blue. Well, there's not all the pocket for the pink, is there? But he's wrong side the blue again. Just looking if he pots the blue and just leaves the cue ball tight to the side cushion. Can he get through to this red near the right corner? Didn't think he could. He's played this well. He's played this very well. That's an excellent positional shot.
That's the first time he's timed the ball well in the last 4 frames. Couldn't have hit that shot better. Generated loads of topspin. Just watch the cue ball take off of the second cushion when the spin bites. He's having another look at the pink. We know it pots off the left-hand jaw and possibly almost the centre of the pocket, but clearly not off the right-hand jaw. I'm sure it's worth the risk. But he's queuing back for the blue again. He doesn't think it's going to be worth the risk. Oh, he does.
11.
But not ideal.
Yeah, I think he was hoping to kiss that red that he's just ran by. If he'd have kissed it, it'd have been a bit closer to the pink. But this pink into a blind pocket, and not all the pocket available, is very missable. And it's not just a simple case of just dropping the pink in. He's got a little bit of work to do with the cue ball. This is very, very missable.
Yes, he's going to have to. There you can see clearly that if he's stunning it in for the red into the right-hand middle.
You know, it might seem a strange thing to say, I prefer the brown to the pink. At least you can get your hand on the table, it's a half-ball pot.
Yeah, good thinking, and he's just coming to look at just that. The fact that it'll be the red that's on the back cushion will be a little bit tight as far as his waistcoat's concerned.
No. Back to the pink. If he could just drop it in and finish on a red, I wouldn't mind, but he's got a little bit of work to do with the cue ball. Got to be so accurate. Well, he's used all the pocket, and somehow it dropped in. Well played.
In fact, these pockets are a little bit more generous than you'd expect. Knocked 4 times, but went
70.
in. Now, if he drops his red and gets nicely on the pink, a chance to level the scores and going into tonight's session all square. But nothing's easy at the moment for Mark Selby.
17.
But he has a 34-point lead. Will it be enough?
I think this is an example of what we've seen from Mark throughout this match. He's just not getting that cue ball through. It seems to be hitting the white and then going through. It's not all one fluid movement. It's very unlike Mark. He's usually got a lovely touch in amongst the balls, but as Willie has said on numerous occasions, and I agree, his timing is just not right. So here we go, off the blue, top cushion, and smash into those reds that just to the right of the black. Should be on one to the corner. Oh, he's misjudged that completely. I mean, the one thing he had to do was avoid the kiss on the red near the top cushion.
6.
Surely that wasn't difficult.
Been a very strange session. We've had 2 centuries and 2 breaks above 70. Apart from that, neither player can pot a ball.
Marco Fu, 6.
Not quite. There's left a chance of a pot on here for Mark.
Well, there's the total points, 1066, and boy, Mark Selby is facing a battle at the moment. He's 1 down. Can level. The Battle of the Crucible, not the Battle of Hastings.
So he's got a chance of this red to the right middle. Good pot, but couldn't avoid the kiss on the yellow, and I think he was more determined to make certain he got the pot. He's just gradually building up a lead, 29 points in the frame he badly needs, and you can see the tension that's out there. So no matter what happens, we're going to be in for some drama this evening. And of course, Willie, when you get to that final session, the shackles are off, because now you're not getting near the end of the match, so they might come out tonight thinking, right, it's a best of 9 for a place in the final of the World Championship. And both players could raise the game. Trying to nestle into these reds just to the right of the black. Doesn't want to creep past them. He could leave a red if he does. Just caught it. But still Mark Selby with the initiative.
Nothing pots. I'm not too sure off the red that's just above the black whether he can swing it round. He'll be bringing reds into play, but it's a real good chance of getting a good cue ball in behind the brown again, as it's been all this frame. Brown and green have been the balls they've been trying to snooker. Nothing pots there. Surely he's not thinking of playing the plant. Some 18 inches apart at least, probably almost 2 feet.
Yes, and that red just by the black, you think you'll be able to swing round off 2 cushions? Well, in the end, he did go for a plant, a bit of desperation now. Be very lucky if he's not left an easy red. Well, the green stopped the easy red, but there's one to the left corner. A sheepish look up to the players' balcony there from Mark Selby. Don't think he should have played that.
He's 29 points in front, John. Why would you even risk that? Brought all reds into play.
Now Mark Selby will have to sit in his seat and wonder whether that very reckless attempt at a plant he's going to put him 2 frames behind going into the final session this evening. Every likelihood that it could.
Six. Seven.
Well, I can only assume he's played for the black, but he's twixt in between. He's got the blue to the far corner. That will be awkward cueing with this red near the top cushion. He's got the pink. If he plays the black, he's just slightly hampered by the blue when using the rest. The blue can just catch your eye and put you off. I mean, just looking at the potting angle there, just pot the black. Make certain you pot it bounce beyond the red to the left middle worse way. Yeah. Trying to put a little bit of backspin into the cue ball. Looks to have landed nicely.
14.
Now a nice angle on the blue. And if he was a little bit straighter on the blue, he may be able to drop it in and play for one of these 2 reds near the right-hand side cushion. Well, he feels as though he can. And play the outside one.
20.
Well, he's playing the... Well, he looked at the inside one, but the outside one, I think he might have to play for the pink here. Now he could play the soft
21.
stone and hold for the black, because the black wasn't available into the right corner. And when he pots this black, he'll just go 1 point behind. A little shake of the head from Marco. He let that cue ball run loose a bit there.
28.
Especially if it's gone straight, John. He's got plenty to do with the cue ball. That was an error.
Very careless.
And now can't get onto the last red.
29.
So a reprieve for Mark Selby.
Yep. He's not recovered the good position needed. So Mark Selby will be thinking he'll be coming back to the table. The points now all square. 43 apiece.
If the pink passes the brown, it may be worth taking the pink on, but into the already the longest frame of the match. Not too sure whether the pink passes the brown, but that would be the only way he can get onto the last red. If not, he'll be playing it into the middle. There you can see it's too tight. So just a drop in the middle. Oh, he's played it firm. Has he fluked it?
Marco Fu, 29.
Wow.
Yeah, if you need to
There's
go.
been more twists and turns in this. I'm afraid Mark's just asking he's got to go for a comfort break. I know it's a difficult time, but this is a really important shot.
Yep. It's coming up to 40 minutes between comfort breaks, so both left the arena, chance for everybody to stretch their legs. Now, this was the problem. It was a poor positional shot on the red, so he screwed back, left himself this three-quarter ball pot on the ping. He was trying to screw off the other side cushion. But at this pace, you've got to be so accurate, and not accurate enough. And it looked for a moment as though he may have fluked the pink.
But where the white's finished, as you can see, the shot is going to have to play with the rest. You'll probably have to just dolly it in to leave the half ball black. The yellow to green is going to be a real problem.
But on many occasions in this match, Willie, how many times must Mark Selby have sat in his seat thinking the frame's over and he gets a second chance?
Yeah, they're the stats, but we'll have another look at the table if we can. And this is just a shot with where the yellow is. This is a real problem, isn't it, John? He can pop the red, no problem. Get on the black, no problem. But he's got to get an angle on the yellow somehow to be able to get out for the green.
Yes, it's going to be a tricky one. But as I say, I think Mark would just be glad to be still in the frame.
Absolutely. He must have thought when he played that, what has to be described as a reckless attempt at a plant and brought all reds into play, he must have thought he was going to lose the frame and go 13-11 behind. He still might, but at least he was giving me a lifeline.
Yeah, that attempted plant, you can only assume he played that born out of frustration, because it was certainly not the shot to play. And as you said at the time, he had a 29-point lead. Why not try and protect it?
Yeah, we're going to show you that now. Now, he can play, surely he can play thin off the red and not bring any reds into play and get the cue ball behind brown and green. I mean, the plant's 2 feet apart now. Just apologising to Marco as he came in the room there, saying, sorry about that, Marco. Had to take a comfort break.
You've got to go, you've got to go.
This in the context of the match, John, is very, very awkward the way things have been going so far.
Yep, he will not be looking at this as an easy shot. And he's just practicing his cueing there. He needs to cue through this straight. The natural way to play this is to run round off 2 cushions. No, it's just not happening. It is just not happening. Didn't happen yesterday for him, and you thought today he'd come out and play a little bit better, but it's much of the same.
There's still a chance, though, of sharing the session, John, and both players will be very disappointed the way they played. But Marco Fu, if he can get a 2-frame lead, he'd have to say his favourite to get to his first final. But if somehow Mark Selby can win the frame and level at 12-12, he's still all to play for.
Obviously, if he could hit this red full in the face and stun it round the table, he would do, but he feels that hitting it full in the face, the red would come off the cushion and run into the black. Shot time over the minute. Frame time, as we said already, the longest frame of the match, and no sign of a conclusion yet. Well, I don't think he played the pot there, to be honest with you. I think he was more concerned in getting the cue ball up towards the pink and hoping the red would come off the top cushion, side cushion, and back behind the black, but he misjudged it. Don't think Mark will be taking this pot on. He's just missed an easier one than this with the rest. He won't be fancying this one. Playing the cross double and put for the kiss on the blue. It may have been a telling one, but not now. And there's always that pink there you consider would be a blocker. So just avoid the bump of the middle pocket and try and get that cue ball back towards the pink. Well, he's played the shot to get the snooker behind the black, and if he's got it, well, I won't call it the wrong shot. And he has it. I always feel at this stage of a frame, with just one red left on the table, that a snooker gives you a big advantage.
Can't do anything else but play this very, very pacey if he plays it off the right-hand side cushion. Needs to leave plenty of distance between cue ball and object ball, and if he plays it this way off two cushions. Has to hit it this way though, because the white will be going up towards the pink, green and brown, so there's a chance of a free ball if he doesn't make contact with it. And that's as good as anything. I'm not too sure whether the red passes the pink. If it does, he'll take it on.
I wouldn't have thought it did. He'll be happy with that. Well, I'm saying I wouldn't have thought it did. But it does. It does go. So here's a chance for Marco Fu to have a two-frame advantage going into the final session tonight. Another one missed.
If everybody says it doesn't mean anything to get to the final of the World Championship, that shot just tells you the story. He's struggling out there. Mark Selby struggling. It means so much.
Well, it was good safety, and you can't blame Mark for refusing that. He's missed a few long pots in this frame, and he knows that he could refuse the long pot and play a decent safety. This red's going towards the corner. Where's the cue ball going? Is it going to nestle in pocket or behind it? Well, but he's left the red. It's not going to be easy. In the jaws of the pocket, not much room for your bridge hand. Well, he's got it. He's not on anything good.
When you're struggling, isn't it amazing where the cue ball can end up? He's played for brown or green, overhit it, thought, well, I'm still going to be on the blue, finished tight on the cushion. The blue for me has no value. And even if he plays the roll up behind the brown to leave him snookered behind the green for the yellow, that will be easy to hit.
Yes, it's. I still think the brown and green are the best balls to snooker behind. Would it be an idea to send the blue across off the right hand side cushion back towards the yellow and get the snooker behind green and brown? and you may just block the one cushion escape.
That's what he's
Mark
tried to
Selby
do,
one.
John. You can see the yellow. Yeah, that blue had been 2 inches further to the left. That one cushion escape would have been on.
Well, as you see, he can hit the yellow, but it's one of those situations where you'd be trying to get distance between cue ball and object ball, and you're not necessarily be able to do that.
And also the yellow, if he plays it round the cushion, he's got to avoid the kiss on the blue, got to avoid the kiss on the pink.
No, he felt that's all he can do, and now you'd have to say definitely advantage Mark Selby. Chance of getting the cue ball in behind the pink here, you would have thought. If he could get right in behind the pink, that would really cause Marco a problem. Just got it. We tried to show you the shot, but Mark Selby was walking back and walking back to see if he'd got it. Just there.
Yes, he's half an inch away from being a really telling snooker. The fact that he can get by this, he could play 2 cushions and try and hit it. Oh, that squared up a little bit. He must have played with side.
Foul.
Yeah, he put a lot of check side on it, didn't he?
Mark Selby 4.
Yeah, I don't think Mark will be interested in that long pot. Yeah, try to play it with check. Of course, the other alternatives than this, you feel as though he could swerve around the pink.
Yeah, I think that white's a little bit tighter to the pink, but he's still playing the same shot.
Yeah, he played with a lot of right-hand side just to straighten it up off the second cushion. Misjudged out the first attempt. Oh, played the second one really well. Very clever shot. He got out of the snooker last night. Well, in this match, remember? One of the best escapes I've seen for many a year. That was very clever.
You'd have thought it impossible for Marco Fu to almost get an advantage by hitting that yellow. That was just a containing safety. Marco could risk playing it thin on the left-hand side, white behind green and brown again, but got to be careful with the yellow. Doesn't want to push it towards the corner again.
Nice.
That's pretty good. I mean, if you could stun the yellow full ball and swing it around the angles, fine, but I think it's bound to run into the pink. Not quite certain how you get this safe.
And Norris mark. If he hits it full in the face, John, he's going to catch the pink, isn't he? He can't play in between blue and pink, the yellow.
Doesn't appear so, as we go over the 50-minute mark for this frame.
He's just trying to see if he can hit it full ball and send it in between blue and pink, but I don't think he can. And stun the cue ball where the yellow is, but we'll know in a minute.
Oh, well, he could avoid the kiss on the pink, and he's played this brilliantly. Didn't think he could avoid running the yellow into the pink. That's an excellent shot.
That's his best safety shot of the morning session. And now obviously 3 balls on if Marco doesn't hit it first time.
Yeah, I'll be surprised if he doesn't hit it. I'll be surprised if he doesn't play the swerve. I won't want to risk coming off a cushion. He could definitely hit the black coming this way.
It's a bigger target playing the swerve as well, John, isn't it?
I'd have thought so. Could hit the black going this way for sure. And not only that, he's left it pot on the yellow.
Mark Selby, 7. Free ball.
Surprised at that decision. Free ball, but I think this yellow's spottable, and it'd be very hard to refuse.
Now, if he was left in his position in a normal frame, he wouldn't even hesitate taking the pot on the yellow.
No.
But because it's snookered, he might have it put it back. Just having a glance at the scoreboard.
12 points the lead. Yellow, green and brown to level the match. And of course he'll have to nominate. He'll have to say yellow. Mark. That's unforgivable, really. He's completely out of touch in this session. Not quite. Funny now, when he had the free ball, normally the referee asks you to nominate, but I always thought that if you didn't nominate, well, I assumed that because he was playing the yellow, did he not have to nominate?
Because it was the ball on him, I think it was okay, but normally they might just do it just in case the referee couldn't tell.
Yeah, but you're right, because it was the ball on. No need to nominate. Willie the rules.
I haven't got a clue on them, John, really, I've got to be honest. Right, similar sort of shot. Can he get round in between pink and yellow again? Pink and blue with this safety shot on the yellow.
I think he'll have a job missing the blue if he tries to swing it round off the 3 cushions, as he did before. I think the main objective is avoid the yellow going into the pink. But he's missed a good opportunity already here. It's coming up to the 1 minute and the over 54 minutes for this frame. It's been hard work for both players. But come this evening in the final session, it could make all the difference. Well, it could have been worse.
Mark Selby did a little jump there, was hoping he'd push the black safe for some reason.
Well, this is Mark there was looking at the screen. He wanted it to kiss the black.
I think for 2 reasons, John, not to finish tight on the cushion and also to put the black safe.
Well, he's got it safe, but he's not really dictating the safety exchange, just having to roll up to the balls. Big difference, of course. Marco Fu wins it, 2-frame advantage. Mark Selby, he needs it to get all square. this time a straightforward safety shot for Mark. Last couple of times he's not been able to play anything positive, just a containing safety, but he can play this with a bit more aggression.
Foul. Remus. Mark Selby for.
See no reason at all why Mark shouldn't have this replaced. Oh, he's asking him to play from that side, and I can understand that. Because playing the other way, there was a chance he could get in behind the pink. It's going to be hard to do that from here. But of course, now that he's missed once, he won't be warned if he misses it this time. Different position. So he's not hit this well. If it kisses a green, does it pass the pink? I would think not. And now it has become the longest frame of the tournament.
Don't think he can just play it slow and snook in behind the green, can he? I suppose he'd be slightly worried about pushing the yellow towards the pocket, but it looks from here he couldn't play the slow roll. Such a huge frame for Mark Selby, he just can't afford to make another mistake. You don't want to be 2 frames behind at any stage, never mind about going into the final session.
Here we come, sweeping in. Like being a bird, isn't it? Any bread anywhere? The one thing you can rely on, and I hope I'm not going to put my foot in it here, Mark Selby has got a very good snooker brain. He'll need a bit of thinking out, but I'll be surprised if he didn't come up with a solution here.
I'm just thinking of another shot, John. I mean, if he stuns it, and just to miss the pink, the yellow's almost bound to kiss the brown, so if it's tight behind the green, that's the way of guaranteeing getting behind the green. But it's got topspin on it. So he's in trouble.
I see his plan, but as you say, he's in trouble because he's handed the initiative to Marco here. Easy stun behind pink or brown. He doesn't want the yellow in though. Is there a gap? Well, there is a gap, but I don't think it's enough for Mark to be able to pot the yellow. Unless he tries to pot it cushion first.
And amazingly enough, John, at the pace he's going to play it, if he does happen to pot it, he'll go round the back of the black and can get on the green, amazingly enough. Too thick.
Well, it's run safe. I suppose that's a bonus. We're over the hour now. They'll be queuing round the Crucible, waiting for the afternoon session to start. Not likely, Marco.
Did he ask for a rerun?
He asked for a rerun. I've not eaten since breakfast.
cue ball. Bit harder, good enough.
Yeah, Mark just saying they'll be more than happy to start this semi-final again. And that's the way the first two sessions went, and it's not really improved much in this third session. And no matter what happens, it's going to be all to play for tonight. Both players now have dropped below 90% pot success. This looks safe enough. Yep. It's not going to be easy for Marco to tell a telling safety shot here. I wanted to watch a bit of racing this afternoon. I don't know what's the fucking match of the day. Well, that's pretty good. Is there an edge of the yellow sticking out? Yeah, just an edge. Well, we're now into our 63rd minute coming up, and I don't see any end at the moment to this frame.
Zumi feels he can get in behind the black here, but where the yellow's going to end up, needs to get under the cushion. Wouldn't probably help Mark that, just slightly making the black more difficult than it was. No advantage in potting the yellow where the green is. I can see another 20 minutes in this frame. That's a good safety shot.
Yes. The problem is, for anyone, even if they got a chance on the yellow, where the green is, you're not going to win the frame in one visit. So there's a little less pressure on this shot for Marco. We're talking about records, Willie. The number of century breaks that have been made in the other semi-final. Most century breaks ever made in a match here at the Crucible. Now we're looking at what's the longest frame ever played at the Crucible.
I know that one, John. 75 minutes, Maguire King. That would have been a telling snooker as well. Two. Now it's a tough save to shut off the green. Yeah, 75 minutes, John, Maguire King.
Quiet down, please,
That could have
thank you.
clipped it here. We're at 66, and I think there's at least another 9 minutes left in this frame.
Well, he'd got the perfect shot, and Mark, he'd got the snooker. He didn't want the yellow to drop, but they've got to go in sometime.
Mark Selby 2.
Clearly, the fact that Mark Selby's 18 points in front is massive favourite to win this frame, with the pink being where it is and the black being where it is. Obviously, pink to black would be virtually impossible. So he knows he's going to get a few more chances in this frame. Needs green and brown.
Yeah, I'm just looking. It's difficult to tell the angle. I don't know whether he could run the pink, the green into the pink. No, I was thinking if he had more of an angle, because if that green was to stop where the pink is, he could possibly get a snooker behind the brown, but I don't think he can come off the top cushion, off the baulk cushion to play that.
I don't think he can quite hit it thick enough, can he, John? I see what you mean, though. It's one thing for certain, I don't think you can leave distance between cue ball and object ball here.
Well, he played it cleverly. He played it very cleverly, and is the pink going to come as a snooker ball? Not quite, but by playing it like that, ran the green into the pink, brought the pink into play, and got the green safe. Mark can get through to hit it.
Of course, now that lead of 18 points means precious little, really, because whoever pots the green, you'd think he'd pot the brown slowly and get onto the blue nicely. So this frame's still marked favourite, obviously, but not a bigger favourite as it was before.
And he's got a choice here. I mean, it seems the natural way to play it is to hit the green thin and run it into the black, but maybe he doesn't want to knock the black over the corner. But I don't see... He's certain if he comes from behind, he can get this green safe. Well, he couldn't have played it any better than that. That's an excellent shot. Snooker would be a bonus, but well, it's not a snooker. That's safe enough. The funny thing is, when you're out there, we're just about 5 minutes from breaking the longest frame ever played at the Crucible. You won't feel it out there, will you? You wouldn't realise all you're thinking about is shots you've played, shots you've missed.
The fact that the brown's where it is, he could probably play the green up towards the brown, but be hoping to put it in the middle of the side cushion, I would think. On this line, maybe potable. Can he see enough of it? It is potable, but I'm not sure he can see enough of it.
Well, he certainly overhit it, I agree with you, but you want it to be hitting that green more to the side cushion. If Mark can pot the green, he'll go 21 points in front with 22 remaining. Can he pot the green and get position on the brown? Not without digging in. I think he can get past the pink and the green will go, but to hold for the brown, you've got to dig in. Playing it this way, can't get position. So didn't play it. result. Awkward queuing for Marco Fu. Yep, knew he'd get the double kiss, but knew that the brown was blocking the green for the far right corner. Easy cross double, twice across, leave the green ball in the middle of the baulk cushion. Decent enough. Is this green going over the middle? It needs to stop. Well, it just about has done, and with it being tight to the cushion, no chance of a cross double or anything like that. So really Mark can only just play this green and try and rest down the top cushion here. But the easy safety shot for Marco is always to send this green heading towards the brown. Last time he played a similar type of shot, he just overhit it slightly. But you feel that that's the safest alternative. As long as you get past the middle pocket, no danger.
Playing it around the angles, he's got to be very careful he doesn't cut into the blue or the pink if he plays the green around the angles. So I don't think he'll be playing that. Well, he's risked playing this, and he's missed the pink, and he's played it very well indeed. That was tough to miss both blue and the pink.
Yeah. Well, we've got 30 seconds to get to 1¼ hours for this frame. And believe it or not, folks, 30 seconds, and it'll be the longest frame in the history of the World Championship here at the Crucible.
First mistake in this little safety battle has come from Marco Fu. Just green and brown needed. And there's the longest frame now of the Crucible.
Yeah, we first came here in 1977. So it's 40 years. Nearly. And this is the longest frame ever. So that probably inspired Mark Selby. 21 points to lead, 22 remaining. He still needs the brown, and this is no gimme. It's there. Well, we've had to wait an awful long time, but Mark Selby now looks for certain he's going to be all square going into the final session.
12.
And he's had a look at his watch. I'm loving a look at my watch. Doesn't matter about the pink. Both players shake hands. At least they've got a break. They're not back until this evening. Well, that was the hardest type of match play. But Mark Selby won the very important frame. Instead of being 2 behind, we're all square. We hope for better snooker tonight, but it is for a place in the final. 12 all.